Teardrops, are you around? Please come up front. Thank you so much. You can begin. After Teardrops, we will have the Bomas of Kenya dancers for the final item before we move to our program. Thank you and welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed, good morning. Good morning. Sijui nianze na kwa wingi ama nianze na machache. Mambo mingi wacha niaache na nianze na kwa wingi juu tuko na vitu mingi ila muda ni mchache. If time is money, then tunapoteza vitu mbili, time plus money. Kama tunapoteza pesa kwa vitu zinapoteza wakati. Na hii economy sijui mbona bado siku za mwizi ni 40, tunafaa tuikate na inafaa kuwa 30. Sio aibu kwa mwananchi bali aibu kwa viongozi wanaoiongoza nchi if breadwinners wako unable ku afford mikate. So far nimelearn vitu mbili. Ya kwanza ni kunyamaza, na ya pili usitumie kifua unapostahili kutumia akili. Uzito wa uchumi umewekelewa kwa ratili, na ili kuwe na usawa, wale wachache wanaofanya mengi vihalali wakitumia machache wanafaa kuongezewa mengi juu wana uwezo wa kufanya mengi wakiwa na mengi wakipewa mengi. Na ndio wale wachache wanaofanya mengi na machache waongezewe, itabidi tupunguze kwa wale wachache wanaofanya machache wakitumia mengi na wanazidi kuitisha mengi. Tunakataa wale wengi wanaofanya machache na wanasema mengi. Tunataka wale wachache wanafanya mengi wakitumia machache na hawasemi mengi. Kama sensa inasema sisi ni wengi, vitu, vifaa na vyombo vyetu ni vingi, walioenda shule kwetu ni wengi, mawazo, mazao na pia mapato yetu ni nyingi, basi mbona tuna uhaba? Swali tunafaa kujiuliza ni mbona bado tuna uchache? Ni kwa nini na ni wapi kuna uchache? Ni nani anachangia kwa uchache? Juu hii Kenya kenye najua ni ati kila mtu si mchache. Tunafaa kuanza kujiuliza maswali mengi zenye ziko na majibu chache. Vipi jela zina wachache na ndio zimebaba wale wanaojua mengi? Ila wale wanaojua mengi wako huru huku nje na pia sio wachache. Vipi wanaoathirika madawa ni wengi na rehabilitation centers ni chache? Vipi mbona mashule zikiwa mingi walimu ni wachache? Na vipi elimu ikiwa mingi wanafunzi wanashika machache? Vipi mbona magonjwa na wagonjwa ni wengi, madaktari na wahuduma ni wengi na huduma ni chache? Kama wanachotoa ni mingi na wanachotoka ni kingi, wacha wanaotoa nao wapate hata kama watakachopata ni chache. Wanaotoa na kujitolea wako kwa wingi na wako wengi, ikifika ni kugawanya isiwe wanaopata nao wapate na wanaopate nao wapati. Njia ni nyingi, shilingi ni chache, jobless corners ziko nyingi, ila wale wenye kuna experience ni wachache. Shida sio ajira, shida ni wanaodai ajira ni wengi, ila wanaoajiri ni wachache na wanaajiri wachache. Kumaliza umaskini, tujenge wanaoajiri wengi, hata kama wataajiri wachache itakuwa ni wengi wako na wachache. Wengi ni wachache, wengi wakishikana ni wengi wanaweza fanya. Wakenya tuko almost 60 million na kila mtu si mchache. Njia ni nyingi za kupata shilingi, ila shilingi ni tamu ikiwa na msingi. The word umaskini na the word utajiri, they both start with the letter U and they both end with the letter I. So starting ama ending ya umaskini na utajiri zote zina depend with you and I. We are the small axe and yet cut down the big tree ya umaskini. I have a dream that this nation haitakuwa nation ya wengine ni milionea na wale wengine wanajionea, but a nation yenye kila mtu anaweza kujitegemea. Na kama kuna mtu akuwa analala njaa, haitakuwa ni juu ni must, but ni juu ana fast. I have a dream that one day tuta raise people when you wata raise nation, na nation ita raise people people wenye wataconquer nations. I have a dream that one day tutakuwa tunaangalia potential ya wanafunzi na wala sio ni nani number one. I have a dream that one day we'll have too much faith on our candidates, hawatahitaji kufanya exams wakichungwa na gun. I have a dream that one day madaktari na hospitali wataachilia patient mwenye kona hospital millions free, wamwambie enda kwa amani, ni imani yako imekuponya. I have a dream that one day we will live in a society that youth wako na high chances of getting a job than getting arrested. I have a dream that one day tutamaliza ufisadi na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Tutanunulia askari kikombe ya kahawa kwa kufanya kazi sawa bila mtu kufikiria na pewa chai. I have a dream that one day we will end corruption in every corner of this nation, that when utasikia mtu akisema baba yao akona connection na anajua someone in high places, watakuwa na refer to God na wala sio binadamu. My dream is to have biceps that are made not by lifting weights inside a gym but by lifting dreams. Kwa majina naitwa Teardrops. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and appreciate Teardrops once again. Asante sana. Asante sana. Our next presentation is from the Bomas of Kenya dancers. Bomas of Kenya dancers will give us one item before we move to the next program. Bomas of Kenya dancers, welcome.
Haye kuli kuli mwe, bale banga bango. Haye kuli kuli mwe, banga bango. Iganyara ni kama gekaya, bale bango babire. Igani ya dabinanda gamba, tanyara mra boga. Haye kuli kuli mwe, tiganda ngiranyangero. Igabale bantu monye wangwe, yanda binanda giya. Haye kuli kuli mwe, bale banga tango. Igabale bantu baba mama. Haye kuli kuli Yanyara ke kama ke kaya Kote gasia Yabale bantu baba ide Haye kuli kuli Yabale bangura kengo Yabale bangura tahaya Haye kuli kuli Yabale bantu manya bantu Yabantu bati mata hoya. Yo, oh romale, oh romale, oh romale, oh. Tengo vale bantu manya wangwe. Tengo bantu bati mata hoya. Tengo tiango tegasiane. Tengo mata champra le baile. Tengo vale bamre tengo. Tengo bantu bati mata tinga. Tengo muna bantu bati tengo. Hello tiagume we to tiagume. Hello tiagume mutiamo tiagume. Hello bantu bati manja cha cha tiagume. Hello tiagume mutiamo tiagume. Hello vale bantu manja wangu tiagume. Hello tiagume mutiamo tiagume. Hello tianand kenyange no tiagume. Hello tiagume mutiamo tiagume. Hello vale bantu baba mati tiagume. Hello tiagume mutiamo tiagume. Oya, hale batu bati mata oya, hale mare mona moko oya, hale mona bamba bangobe, hale batu bati mata tika, hale mare mona moko tika. Oya, hale batu bati mata tika. Matavemuya, matavemuya, Guaheria bagay. Matavemuya, 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 Guaheria, matavemuya, 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 matavemuya. Matavemuya, matavemuya, Guaheria bagay.
Asante sana. Makofi tena kwa kwaya hii ya Bomas Dancers. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to welcome Commissioner John Monyonjo from Salaries and Remuneration Commission to take us through the next program. Commissioner Monyonjo.
Well, good morning, distinguished delegates. We are happy to have you with us. Today is our third and final day of this conference, which has truly been graced by yourselves, and we have had very fruitful engagements, discussions. I know sometimes some didn't have enough time to explore everything else, but I think it's a good start to be able to help us to know where we should be going from here. My role this morning is quite simple. I just want to bring to fore the resolution, some of the discussions and recommendations that were made in the different caucus groups. That was yesterday and also the day before yesterday. Just to be able to run through. For those who have not been with us, we have been engaging around the wage bill, focusing towards the 35%, which is what the law, PFM Regulations 2012, requires that we maintain our remuneration wage bill not more than 35%. So based on the theme towards 35%, we've been discussing about that wage bill, and we've also been looking at areas of productivity. Yesterday, we had a bit of discussion on culture. What is the role of culture in productivity, and also identifying strategies that can be able to help us get where we need to. The first day, we had 2 caucus groups, and yesterday we had an additional 2. One was dealing with the public service culture in Kenya, public perception and citizen expectations, and also the other topic that was being handled by the 2 other caucuses. This was the Commercial State Corporation Caucus, and the counties, ministries, departments, counties, and constitutional commissioners caucus were handling strategies and action plans for productivity improvement in the public service. There were several and wonderful recommendations, but I'll just pick just a few to run through for each of them, and thereafter I would welcome our moderator for this morning. The first caucus on county governments, and the session, what was being handled was overcoming the hurdles towards 35% wage bill to revenue ratio, and strategies and action plans for a fiscally sustainable wage bill. And allow me to read just a few of those. The first one was, in terms of achievement of 35%, there was a discussion that it's important to check whether the 35% is reasonable, gauged against management practices and the services to be delivered. Secondly, there was a recommendation that we need to have wage bill forecasting and planning to drive change management processes that are actually driven by data. Thirdly, that national governments should minimize issues of micromanagement of county governments. Fourthly, there should be defined organization structures and staff establishments approved prior to the recruitment taking place. Number 5 was about improved service delivery, and it was mentioned that it has a positive influence in revenue yield. And I think we saw that in the presentation from Ambassador Mushiri. That is efficient service delivery and evidence of value for money to taxpayers would motivate the revenue to grow and manage the wage bill ratio. And finally, among the many recommendations was on leakages, wage bill leakages such as ghost workers, payroll leakages, casual workers, workforce optimization, and fit for purpose workforce. All these contribute to leakages that need to be looked into. One other, which I think is important, was on culture change. There is a missing link, or the missing link is taking action on the measures that are already in place, including culture change. And culture change cuts across all the caucuses. The second caucus was on state corporations and public universities that was taking place a day before yesterday. And these are some of the recommendations that were mentioned. One, the pending reforms in the Abdul Kadir Awondo report of parastatal reforms be implemented. Of course, this is the mergers, restructurings, and reforms aimed at improving efficiency and accountability and service delivery of the existing state corporations. Secondly, that in state corporations that have bloated workforce is a quick win that could be fixed by the board of directors who are entirely responsible for such positions. Thirdly, for weak payroll management, there is need for regular payroll audits, integration of payroll systems and HR systems, segregation of duties in the management of payroll, establishment of whistleblowing protection, and use of data analytics trends on the payroll. I think that again has been mentioned earlier in the counties. And finally, state corporations should implement the 70-30 ratio of technical to support staff. The third caucus that took place yesterday was, and this is the caucus session for ministries, state departments, and constitutional commissions and independent offices. Number 1, the government to promote effective implementation of performance and productivity initiatives and entrench the culture of productivity in the public service. Number 2, the government to critically analyze the recommendations by the development partners to ensure that they are aligned to the needs of the country. Number 3, that public service institutions to leverage on technology to improve efficiency, effectiveness, which is basically productivity in the delivery of services. This will lead to high productivity and minimize human discretion and corruption. And fifthly, among the 9 recommendations was the harmonization of pay in the public service, including implementation of allowances framework to ensure optimal ratio between basic pay and allowances. The other caucus that met yesterday was the caucus on service, that is counties, ministries, state departments, and constitutional commissioners and independent offices. And the focus was on strategies and action plans for productivity improvement in the public service. And I just take a sample of what was recommended. There should be a summit to discuss Schedule 4 of the Constitution to take stock of the devolved functions and resources. Number 2, there is need for public reform initiatives at the counties to unlock the potential of each county government. Thirdly, the National Treasury to timely disburse funds as dealing with limited financial resources and competing priorities may hinder the implementation of the comprehensive financial management strategies. Number 4, encourage society-wide inculcation of ethics and integrity culture through curriculum, education, and training to enhance productivity in the public service. Number 5, develop policies, incentives for performance excellence in the public service through reviewed rewards structure to enhance productivity. And finally, the 2 levels of government should cooperate and coordinate to ensure the implementation of the program for public perception and citizen expectations. The first one is that we must work towards what is expected of a public servant. What is the incentive for working hard? There should be rewards and recognition for performance. Secondly, leaders must lead the change in public service culture. Thirdly, it's important to identify success stories within the public service in culture that was implemented, and have these cultures implemented and passed down to generations. Number 4 is leaders must take accountability and responsibility of what they do. Our values and beliefs should be linked to a positive culture. Number 4, it's important to unculture Kenyans against corruption. Leaders are the main agents. Number 5, let us be the change we want to be. And a curriculum on culture should be initiated from the primary level of education to secondary level. The final caucus that was on commercial state corporations, and the session that they were looking at was strategies and action plans for productivity improvement in this public service. 1, we must invest in people in order to drive the productivity agenda. Innovate change our mindset and eliminate or minimize wastages in our processes. Secondly, productivity has everything to do with culture, mindsets, and traditions that have been created or are already in existence. It is thus important that the change in mindset, culture, and tradition starts at the early ages of the individuals to inculcate the desired mindset and culture. Number 3, institutions in the public service need to focus on service delivery to citizens or end users. It should be encouraged that institutions and departments should not be working in silos, but rather in collaboration and partnerships. Met, and the targets were achieved in an efficient manner.
just made, but mine will be pointed on a report on strategies and action plans by MDAs and state corporations that have been submitted, and a lot of the issues that are in this report from the MDAs and state corporations eventually would filter into the resolutions. So allow that I just give very high level of those strategies that came through the different MDAs and state corporations. There are about 5 thematic areas. The first one being an issue around non-adherence to the approved staff establishments in the different agencies, and the strategies and the action that the institutions have committed to include: 1, developing human resource management plans and frequently evaluating staffing levels and the skills requirements in the different organizations. The second one is around reviewing and rationalizing staffing levels, which again speaks to number 1. And then for us to be able to do number 1 and 2, the third one is undertaking workload analysis as well as skills gap analysis to ensure that the staffing levels in the organizations match the actual workload and service demands. That is one thematic area that came up with those strategies from the different agencies. The second one was on weak controls in payroll management. We know for sure, as has come through in the discussions from day 1, day 2, that there are issues around payroll management that require to be tightened in order to speak to the issue of wage bill sustainability. So among the strategies, one is that of migration into one payroll system for the entire public service to enhance controls in payroll management. Take in-depth payroll audits for the public service in order to deal with item 1 and item 2 as identified as strategies for enhancing or strengthening payroll management. The third issue that came through the organizations or institutions is that of the increase in number of public service employees. And among the strategies, high level, one is that recruitment and appointment of personnel to be undertaken based on approved staff establishments. Number 2 is that of automation of non-essential services as a way of reducing the workforce and maintaining lean staff establishments. So those are solutions and strategies around the issue of controlling the numbers, because we have heard through delegates and distinguished guests that wage bill is a factor of the numbers and also a factor of the quantums in terms of the salaries, remuneration, and benefits that are set by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The other area, the issue, is around wage bill sustainability. And in this space, the agencies identified the following strategies and action plans. One is that of automation of processes to reduce casual or unnecessary workforce. There's a lot of casual engagements, which then some of these casuals end up being paid through, even using outside the payrolls, and therefore increasing the pilferage of resources within the payroll systems. The other initiative or strategy is that of outsourcing non-core business services, so that if we take into account that productivity is about attaining maximum with least, what is it that we can minimize costs and expenses on and ensure that the core business functions are well supported to ensure that we deliver our respective mandates. The third one, within this scope of wage bill management and sustainability, is around consequence management for non-compliance. Again, this is an issue that came through, that in the absence of strict and enforceable consequence management system, then it becomes difficult to deal with the issues that we are committing to deal with. The fifth and final area that the MDAs and state corporations committed to in terms of productivity, mainstreaming, and institutionalization, one is the need to undertake capacity building on productivity mainstreaming, considering productivity is yet to be well understood and mainstreamed within the public service. We have seen the cases of Malaysia, South Africa, where they have been able to succeed by virtue of leveraging on capacity building to prepare the public service for alignment in terms of the agenda of productivity. The second strategy and action is around fully implementing the reward and sanctions policy. We have a very elaborate rewards and sanctions policy, but perhaps we need to focus on implementation. Largely, within the scales of the rewards and the sanctions, the scales seem to tilt more on the rewards and a little less on the sanctions. So we need to pay equal attention that the sanctions aspect of the policy is fully implemented. The third strategy is around strengthening of performance management and the systems that are used across the public service in order to foster a public service culture of continuous improvement, innovation, as we saw in the case of Kengen, the case study of Kengen yesterday, and also in the area of continuous skills development among staff in order to boost productivity level. Again, there has been a very clear distinction that has come through that performance doesn't equal productivity. So the agenda here is to strengthen the performance management system that then would speak to productivity improvement within the different public agencies and institutions that we have for the public service. And that, therefore, brings me to the end of that report on commitments that came through the different MDAs and state corporations in the public service. We, like indicated, a lot of the issues here have filtered into the resolutions, very concise resolutions or omnibus, let me call them omnibus resolutions that carry a lot of the commitments that the MDAs and state corporations have made through the submissions that came through. With that, I wish to stop there and request the MC to come and lead us from there. Thank you for listening. God bless us all. Santeni.
PPMC production.
Right, we are doing well in terms of our time management. So we will get into a short session to pick on any additional comments. In fact, at this level, we wish to pick any comments. If there would be any burning question, we will ask, but the purpose for the next session is to allow for comments to enhance the discussions that we've had. If there's anybody who may have had a comment, a contribution to make, we will give you a chance to do so. And to take us through this session is Dr. Dr. Chepkwony, the CEO, IGRTC. He will guide us through that session. Tumpigie makofi Daktari Chepkwony tafadhali.
Thank you, Commissioner Komora, for that. The Chair SRC, commissioners from SRC, who are the hosts today, our guests and delegates. Let me take this time to welcome all of you once again for this short session that we are going to. That I would want to prepare you for the short session where we would be collecting comments from the floor and questions. And I'm very hopeful that the comments with the questions will be 35 in number. So while I retreat to allow the next presentation, those who have comments, pick your number between 1 and 35. Those who have questions will also pick between 1 and 35, because the theme for this conference is towards 35%. So we shall be picking 35 questions and recommendations combined. I will seek to retreat for a moment, and then I will come back. Thank you.
All right, so as you prepare for that session of comments, additional comments, for those that would wish to do so, we'll get into that. But allow that we take another session in between to be delivered by Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, FCI AB, EGH. Justice Maraga, Emeritus, doesn't need an introduction. He is well known to all of us, having served as Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, and he holds a Masters of Law degree from the University of Nairobi, a Bachelor of Laws degree from the same University of Nairobi, and a diploma in legal practice from the Kenya School of Law. He is a distinguished member of the Law Society of Kenya and the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, London. In his other spaces, he is also an elder within the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a space that he's playing a critical role even in his retirement. He's also been playing a very key role in terms of sensitizing the population, especially the youth, within the space of national values, ethics, and integrity. He's done pretty well. So he is best placed to come and take us through a session that will follow. So let us join our hands together even as we invite Chief Justice Emeritus to come to the podium. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. The Chair of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the governors here present, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to thank the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for the honor and the privilege of inviting me to be part of this important conference. The objective of the conference, as has been harped upon, is to discuss the ballooning wage bill, which is currently at about 47% against the target set of 35% set by the Public Management Act, Public Finance Management Act and the regulations of 2015. I have been requested to make a few remarks on the role of leadership in the transformation of the public service to a productive, accountable, and citizen-centric public service. Bear with me if a few of my remarks will be what you have already heard over and over again. While there is a debate regarding the 35% benchmark and its suitability in the different public sectors, there is consensus that the current growth of the wage bill is unsustainable. A fiscally sustainable public wage bill is one that allows the desired expansion in the public services and ensures optimal performance and productivity by freeing resources to spur investments to promote economic growth and overall development. Having perused the concept paper for this conference and listened to some of the presentations made in this conference for the last 2 days, it is clear that the uncontrolled recruitment in the public service, low productivity, weak controls in the payroll management, weak enforcement of the policies, and more importantly, lack of integrity and the political will and courage to implement the letter and the spirit of the Constitution and the enabling legislation, as well as the formulated policies at both levels of government, are the factors that have ballooned the wage bill to the current unsustainable ratio. At the commencement of devolution, ladies and gentlemen, you will recall, back in 2013, and in order to guide the structure of public service, experts developed the capacity assessment and rationalization policy, which called for a fundamental restructuring and alignment of the public service into an optimal staff level for effective service delivery at both the national and the county levels of government. However, because it was bound to come at a political cost, the report was never implemented, and the rationalization of the public service was abandoned. Instead, both the national and the county governments embarked on the recruitment of additional and new public service employees that they deemed fit, or rather thought they required, and thus compounding the situation. Indeed, on Monday, we were informed that while the ideal staff composition is to have 70% technical staff and 30% support staff, in most public institutions, it is the reverse, with the numbers of support staff far outstripping that of the technical teams. The lack of rationalization of human resources is compounded by the incomplete transfer of the devolved functions to the county governments, leading to wastage as a result of duplication of efforts and the resources between the two levels of government. On Monday, we heard also that the central government's failure to transfer devolved functions worth about 278 billion shillings a year is the major cause contributing to the ballooning of the wage bill. Similarly, in view of the onset of devolved system of government, a presidential task force was appointed in July 2013 to study and make recommendations on the restructuring of the parastatals and the state corporations. That task force recommendations, which included the winding up of some of the parastatals and the merger of others to avoid duplication of functions and services, and thus save on public resources, have also never been implemented. On Monday, we also heard that some of the 349 parastatals, which were established without regard to the Public Finance Management Act and the regulations of 2015, and have problems of sustainability, and are a huge drain to the public coffers. The said factors have driven the wage bill to an unsustainable level and are not, I'll read that again, I'm sorry. The said factors that have driven the public wage bill to such an unsustainable level are not for lack of appropriate legal framework or the formulation of appropriate policies. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, it is common knowledge that our Constitution has been built as one of the most prescriptive and transformative constitutions in the world. Article 10 of our Constitution sets out our national values and principles of governance and obligates all state organs, state officers, and all persons charged with the responsibility of implementing the Constitution to comply with them. Out of those national values and principles of governance set out in Article 10, Article 232 isolates those specifically applicable to the public service. For purposes of my presentation this morning, I wish to focus on only two of those values and principles, and that is the efficient, effective, and economic use of national resources and accountability of the public service for its administrative actions. To implement these constitutional obligations, Parliament enacted the Public Service Commission Act, the County Governments Act, the EACC Act, and the Public Officers Ethics Act, and other enabling legislation, all of which take cognizance of and require the implementation of the said principles set out in Article 232 of the Constitution. Besides this legal framework, experts in various ministries and agencies have formulated and documented a package of policies, regulations, standards, and administrative guidelines that have been adopted and successfully implemented in other countries. Simply put, we have no shortage of legal and policy transformation frameworks to anchor the desired changes in the public service. As stated, our wage bill has ballooned to the current unsustainable level due to lack of transformative leadership in our public service institutions and the entire public service, lack of integrity, and the political will and the courage to implement the letter and the spirit of the Constitution and the enabling legislation as well as those formulated policies. And this lack of will is at both levels of government. The concept of leadership is defined in many ways. However, the common thread that runs through the multiplicity of those definitions is the appreciation of leadership as a way of influencing others to work towards the common goals and targets. The former US President R.S. Truman defined a leader, and I quote, as one who has the ability to get other people to do what they don't want and like it, end of quote. In this context, transformative leadership may be defined as, and I quote, the process of influencing major changes in attitudes, beliefs, and values of followers to a point where the goals of an organization and the vision of the leader are internalized and the followers achieve performance beyond expectation, end of quote. In a transformative process, therefore, the interests of both the leaders and the followers converge towards a set, common, and noble purpose and become self-reinforcing in the individual and the collective outputs. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity issues like weak controls in the payroll management and the ghost workers are simply euphemisms for theft of public resources through the payroll. On the first day of this conference, we were informed that between 2016 and 2019, a total of 130 billion Kenyan shillings was paid by county governments as salaries outside the authorized integrated personal management system. These frauds are perpetrated by the sense of impunity that we have as a country, unfortunately, allowed to be entrenched in our public service and in the country as a whole. The failure to punish such vices breeds a culture of impunity and emboldens both the leadership and the membership of the public service at all levels of government to do what they please. We need to look around and borrow from economies that have progressed. And in this regard, I have in mind the economy of Singapore. Singapore provides a good example of what transformative leadership can achieve. On the basis of its first Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew's leadership principles of putting the interests of the country ahead of his own and those of his family and friends, and undivided commitment to accountability. In less than 50 years, Singapore rose from the third to the first world economic status. We have been told over and over again that at independence, Kenya was about the same level with Singapore and other the Asian tigers. But are we anywhere near them today? Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya too has the capacity and ability to adopt a culture of selflessness and accountability, as demonstrated by the story of Singapore and other progressive and accountable systems of governance. The story of the judiciary in Kenya may provide some lessons and a light in the institutional transformation that we seek. I will cite a few cases which the judiciary has decided that have helped the country move forward. One case in the matter of the Speaker of the Senate and another under the Council of Governors and another, the Supreme Court rendered very strongly worded advisory opinions that has provided in several provisions of the Constitution the division of revenue between the two levels of government is one of the central issues of the country's governance architecture, demanding the full participation of both houses of parliament. The issue in the two references to the Supreme Court were whether or not the Senate should be involved in the division of revenue between the two levels of government. As I've said, the Supreme Court was emphatic on that and stated that this is one of the core areas that the Senate had to be involved. And with that decision, the National Assembly's transigent claim that the division of revenue between the two levels of government was its exclusive function was ended. The judiciary, the judges and the magistrates and all the officers in the judiciary understand that they are accountable to the people of Kenya. On this accountability, it is common knowledge that the Judicial Service Commission, which is charged with the enforcement of the judicial integrity, has since the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010, routinely undertaken its mandate and has recommended the formation of tribunals to investigate 8 judges, 4 of whom were removed from office. The Judicial Service Commission has also overseen the dismissal of 42 magistrates since 2010 on grounds ranging from delay of cases, lack of integrity, and the other matters that relate to effective discharge of duties. When I was in the office, ladies and gentlemen, we received a barrage of complaints from the public about our performance. And we took that extremely seriously. All those complaints, I looked at them and we processed them. And where there was merit, the Judicial Service Commission took action. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of very, very early in the new year, there was talk about performance contracting. We are going to answer a few questions in the plenary later. But the leadership of the judiciary then was obstinate and didn't want even to hear about it. Following that obstinacy, it is common knowledge that the legitimate questions that the Kenyans raised during the constitutional review process about the lack of transparency in and poor performance led in the judiciary led to major judicial reforms, including the vetting of judges and magistrates, which saw the exit of a number of judges and magistrates from the service. This is, of course, in addition to the previous radical surgeries of the judiciary that had led to the exit of judicial officers from the office. The judiciary has also embraced technology in service delivery. The introduction of the automated collection of revenue in courts was initially fiercely resisted, particularly by the staff in the accounts department of the judiciary. On many occasions, members of the public were directed to make payments in cash. I remember one case that was brought to my attention, that the M-Pesa and the online platforms were not working in the judiciary premises, but they were working in a kiosk outside the premises. I issued a circular to all the accounting officers that if any of them collected revenue in cash, appropriate action would be taken against them. Soon after that circular, somehow the system worked in our courts. In 2020 and 2021, at the peak of the COVID-19 crisis, despite fierce opposition from various stakeholders, And at times, petulant abuses howl at me by some of the stakeholders. The judiciary leadership remained firm and adopted the electronic filing of cases and virtual courts as a way of mitigating the COVID-19 administrative problems. Ladies and gentlemen, when those complaints were raised, I asked the technical people who were implementing that policy. And we discovered that those who were complaining simply didn't have network bundles. They didn't want to have, they didn't have that, and they didn't want, instead, they were blaming everything or their failures to get access on the judiciary. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the automation of the court processes, which the current CJ has now scaled to all courts across the country, has revolutionized the manner in which the courts operate. Through the use of technology, I am informed that the small claims courts are disposing many of their cases in real time, and in the other courts, service delivery has greatly improved. For those of you who have used the courts recently, will know that the Court of Appeal is not holding any more physical sittings. They are hearing cases virtually, and as a result of that, the speed at which the cases are disposed has tremendously increased. The judiciary has, through various decisions, also demonstrated courage in the enforcement of the rule of law. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that during the controversial cases that surrounded the deportation of lawyer Miguna, officials from the government failed to honor summonses to appear in court and or produce Miguna in court. Just Vincent Odunga, then in the High Court, fined 3 government officials for contempt of court and specifically ordered the employers to deduct the fine of 200,000 from their salaries. Whether that was done or not is another issue, but the point was made. The point was strongly made. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of the judiciary may not be a perfect example, but it shows that with singular commitment from the leadership, it is possible to transform institutions and make them more accountable and responsible to the needs of the people. Besides lack of transformative leadership in the public service, what will resolve the unsustainable wage bill conundrum is the mastery of the political will and the courage to implement the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, as well as the enabling legislations and the formulated policies at both levels of government. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, quite a number of speakers have talked about the level of devolution. I wonder myself, how can the 2 levels of government be arguing over the level of transfer of the devolved functions about 14 years into the promulgation of the Constitution? How can we let the rationalization of the public service hamper efficient, effective, and economic use of the national resources so many years into the Constitution? Some of these areas require firm and courageous decisions, and the problem will be resolved. I am aware, ladies and gentlemen, I live in this country, that the issue of unemployment is huge. But we are not going to resolve that issue by employing or by spending literally all the income we collect on paying salaries. I'm not an economist, but economists tell us that unemployment, the problem can be resolved only by productivity, especially in the private sector. So let us address those issues. Let us address those issues and get an optimal level of public service employees so that resources are freed to spur investment and create jobs in the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, unless we stem this culture of impunity, we lose it. Laws are meaningless without the will to implement them. Until we embrace the culture of ethical leadership, integrity and transparency, beginning at the top, all the institutions and resources dedicated towards enforcement of Chapter 6 and the desired transformation of the public service will come to naught. For example, a World Bank report of 2022 was cited the other day as having noted the high levels of absenteeism of health workers from their places of work. And it is not only the health workers, quite absenteeism of public workers from their workstations causes delay in service delivery, and yet these are the employees who are being paid by the public. So in my view, ladies and gentlemen, unless the two levels of government master the political will and courage to appreciate that the constitutional power that is given is constrained power and accept to operate within their spheres of authority, this conference and similar processes that seek to spur change and reforms will just remain forums where nice ideas are discussed, while the pertinent issues, such as the growing wage bill, remain unaddressed. There is no doubt that the restructuring of the public service, as I said, will come at a political risk and backlash. However, what is well-intentioned and well-meaning for the society will finally provide the necessary results and outcome. Leaders at the national and the county levels need to confront the challenges of overemployment and oversee the implementation of the prescribed solutions. If the leaders who fail to do so, sometimes back, when I was young in the profession, we used to see cases of civil servants being surcharged for wastage that they occasioned. I have not heard of them lately. Maybe the law was even amended and that was scrapped. What am I talking about? The officers are not being held accountable for the wastage that they cause. And as a result, we are just proceeding on. You do what you want to do, and those who question, even without saying a thing, what your face tells is what to do. There's not much that can be done. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that while the Constitution has set down the values and the principles of public service and the national ethos, that we aspire to. It takes a visionary leadership to make these values a reality and a part of the culture of the public service. Where such leadership or values are lacking in the leaders, the constitutional aspirations we have put in place will remain just that, aspirational platitudes. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Emeritus. The experience you have is invaluable where we can borrow from. I know we have read a lot about leadership. Leadership can be very lonely, but everybody wants to be there. Until you sat that seat and left, there isn't much that you can be able to give. But he has raised a number of important issues which we've been discussing here. Singular, transformative leadership needs to be firm and courageous. Yesterday we had a testimony of KWS, our own homegrown institution, that in 10 years was able to transform from loss-making to profitability. 1 billion loss to 8 billion surplus in 10 years. It just means it's possible. It's not difficult. I think it's the issue of being firm and being courageous and not thinking about yourself, but thinking about the people who we are serving. I think John Maxwell is the one who says that everything rises or falls on leadership. So everything really is on us, and it is us who actually must be able to take that step and be transformative. Thank you very much, Emeritus. We have a few more minutes, and what I wanted to do is to just call Bwana Chepkwony. He had promised that he would like to have just a few questions being asked, or comments that he would like to make, some comments that were not taken on board. What I read earlier on were about close to 60 recommendations, but I just summed them up to about 5 from each area. And maybe you may have thought that your comment was not captured. I would like to assure you we captured all. I was just reading a summary, but there could be someone else who never made any comment, but you would like to do so. As I take it back, we will allow him to run the show. I'm not sure we will come back here again as the steering com, or as the steer com that has organized this conference, because as we leave, we want to go and meet our guests. But on my own behalf and on behalf of the Commission, Council of Governors, Public Service Commission, IGRTC, we are very grateful for you honoring and attending this conference. We look forward that as we hear the resolutions that have been picked from this conference, those resolutions, we shall be able to work on detailed work plans together with yourselves, because we believe this journey is possible if we work together. Of course, I've worked quite a while in government, many years as a young economist to date, and the only sad thing I see, we discuss the same things we discussed when I joined government in the 80s. It's the same thing. I think what lacks is that oomph, that action, that inertia, that selflessness that can be able to help us move forward. But we are very grateful, and thank you very much for honoring us. So allow me now to call Bwana Chepkwony to come and pick any other pending comments that may have not been captured, and thereafter we'll be able to hand over the meeting to the relevant leadership. Chepkwony, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Monyonjo. My colleagues, CEOs in this auditorium will agree with me that we are implementers of policy. And Emeritus has said, you shall be held responsible. So I want to be held responsible, and I will implement a policy direction that have been given by Commissioner Monyonjo. That the issues he read earlier on from the caucuses had addressed a large extent of the questions. What is not yet full in this file are the comments. And so I stand guided by that direction, that I will be taking comments and looking at the numbers that are in the file already. It leaves me with 15 to make the 35. So I stand guided, and so are we. I will then proceed to allow comments from the floor, and taking a rough estimate, if we were able to get one comment from every of the columns of the auditorium, it would be sufficient. So I would open the floor then for anyone who has comments with no particular order, or I will start from the first to my right. All right, I see one hand. Who else? Let me see those who have comments kindly with our show of hands. And I would seek that our officers to be on standby with the microphones across. I see one hand there. Let's start with you. And if we can limit to one individual, one comment, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Charles Kariuki Wambugo. I am the Secretary of the Ufungamano Joint Forum of Religious Organizations. Yesterday, I spoke briefly to the fact that this conference, which has been organized by SRC, is a landmark. Yet again, we have had several, because this is where the Salaries and Remuneration Commission was born. I was in the Bomas of Kenya constitutional review process in 2005, and this is where we endorsed the establishment of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to harmonize and to determine salaries of public servants. So I'm very happy that this conference is happening and that I'm here. But I wish to point out to the fact that we've been talking for a long time about sorting out this matter of reaching the world standard of remuneration and salaries of public servants to achieve the 35%. It is a pity that for the last so many years since we established the 2012 Constitution, we haven't gone very far. Why? Because drastic measures have not been taken. This is a time for call for action, like it was said yesterday. This is a time when courageous decisions must be taken. This is a time when sacrifices must be made by those of us who are earning huge salaries, huge allowances, driving huge cars, because we want the mwananchi for whom we made the Constitution to benefit. So we propose as Ufungamano Joint Forum of Religious Organizations in the year 2015, when we issued a statement and later on went to SRC to dialogue and to engage, we proposed that there has to be a drastic change of the structure of salaries. And we proposed, following the president's earlier expression that he wanted salaries to be reduced by 20%. We proposed 40% reduction of those of us who are enjoying very fat salaries at the expense of the people at the lower cadre and at the expense of service delivery. That needs to be done. That needs to be done pretty quickly in order for us to show that we are really serious about what we are talking about here.
Thank you.
We also propose that the use of vehicles that are consuming so much taxpayers' money need to be removed and reduced to smaller cars. We also propose that the securities
Charles,
that are used.
Allow me to guide you, Charles. I had
so
thought
much.
that we can only take one comment from
those
you.
are-
I'm getting 3 this far. Kindly, if you can be guided. And I was privileged to be here yesterday. The comments that you have referred to again, you did mention. If there is any additional on top of the comment that you've made. If I take note, you've said drastic measures ought to be taken. Call for action.
Comment is where the salary differential between the top and the lower cadre needs to be addressed very, very, very seriously.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much, Charles. Comments taken. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. I saw a hand down here.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Honorable Yusuf Chanzu. I'm currently the chairman of National Housing Corporation. And I served as chief conservator in government when politics, now I'm the chairman. I think by profession, I'm happy the president gave me a job where my profession is. Now, the point that our brother there has raised is what I want to say, but I really want to commend Justice Maraga, the approach that he has taken. I think if we don't do that, we shall just come here and do the same meetings we have done for many years. The Mzungu in this country had only 3 things which are important. It was his house, the car to take him to the office, and the office. But today we have got a lot of excesses. There is no point of us saying here that we want to retrench so that we can increase the fleet of vehicles for those who are using. Because I'm looking at a situation whereby when we used to have a CSS as an example, who are elected through competitive election in the villages. You know, sometimes you created enemies. Maybe you needed to have a lot of security. But today, you are picked here, and then you are made a CS, and then you have got fleet of vehicles. I think, I'm thinking that we are spending too much. There is no point of saving money here in order to increase expenditure on other people. Because we are trying to create employment for people, and we are talking about young people, and we are talking about retrenchment. Why can't we talk about increasing the cake? I have not heard us talking about how we can help people to create some small industries here and there, where you will also get money, which can be able to support the expenditure of government. So I'm saying that I think we need to think properly. Let us leave bureaucracy. Let us think in a business like manner. Like we talked about Singapore. Right now, if you went to China now, we used to go to China like members of parliament. You know you are restricted. But last year I was invited to go and look at how they are doing housing. Those guys have gone very far. But because of the language, they are pretending that they are not doing anything. But if you look at China today, you can't believe it. You know, people are in slums. If I was in a position where they were, I would have done about 20 blocks of 50-story buildings in a place like Kibera, and then I would be running in the countries telling people that this is how I want to change Kenya. But you can't just keep on talking about our own positions. We oppose this issue of housing where I am now. It was in all manifestos, even in ODM. But you see, we oppose because of our own interest. But it's a very good thing. I was in Embu yesterday. We have created employment for people. That's what I want to talk about.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Yusuf Chanzu. Cut the excesses in government and increase the cake. That's the message I'm getting from your comments. Thank you very much, Chair Yusuf Chanzu. Another hand? This side? Yes, somewhere there.
Thank you. I think I start to support what the delegate has just commented on, but mine was...
Kindly, your name, sorry.
My name is Henry Mutembei, And what I wanted to put out is what Justice Malaga was talking about. What examples do we give at both national and the local governments? If, for example, we want to cut the wage bill in institutions, then all of us must cut it, but not create positions that are also the public are seeing. You are cutting here and increasing tenfold in another area, including these positions of other positions. I leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutembe. We need to set standards and norms and be consistent. Is that what I heard? Thank you. Another hand, right down there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Francis Kea. I'm from civil society. My concern is about the wages. I think the best people to give out the resolution for wages are wananchi, not these people, because they are the ones who are getting those salaries. So wananchi should be given opportunity to tell the government the right salary. And if somebody feel that he cannot take that salary, let them just go home, please. Because wananchi, they are the right people, because they are the one who are paying these guys. So they need to be given opportunity to give their views, not the parliamentary here, please. Because this is a wrong forum. We need wananchi to give out the salary. If you feel you cannot take that salary, just go home, please. Do your own business. Thank you.
Thank you. That is to say, public should be involved in setting of emoluments for public servants. Is that so? Great. That's number 4. Another hand? Somewhere? There are 2, right? 3 there. So we start from the row behind as we come up front.
Thank you very much. My name is Sunday Oyono. I'm the chair of Kenya Yearbook Editorial Board. Mine is a concern. We've just had very many recommendations out there. What is this matrix of implementation? What are the deadlines, the timelines? Who is doing what? So that it doesn't, we had hopes here yesterday or the other day saying that this is, he wanted a report of what happened and what did we do after that. Now we are here again, we have made new recommendations. What is the matrix of implementation?
Thank you. What you're asking is that the resolutions that had been arrived in the previous conferences, and this conference, the implementation matrix ought to be circulated and informed to all participants and publicized. Is that what I'm saying? Yes, thank you. Yes, Karib, your name, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Peter Weru, Chairman of CARO, and I happen to have participated in the launch of our strategic plan yesterday, and one of the biggest challenges that we are facing and ought to be brought to this floor is when the research organizations and our academia and our academic sector, universities, we have got lots and lots of research done that can be able to transform this country, but the uptakers, we are operating in silos. Every organization or every sector, including the counties, just want to do the small they know and the little that they have done over ages. It is the time to think outside the box and utilize what has what the government has already invested in these researches. So we challenge even the counties where we have a lot of duplication of what is being done at the national level and at the county level. That's a point we should focus on as a way of trying to cut cost. Lastly, commercialization of these researches. We have got this. Money has been spent. How do we get it back? The research by itself cannot be a way of generating revenue unless there is that uptick of what has already been invested in. Thank
you
very much.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Weru. To say the involvement and use of the academia in our implementation. Yes, in front, the lady standing. So far we are at number 7.
Thank you very much. My name is Nancy Muriuki, Chairperson, Kenya, CASNEB. I'm sure we know CASNEB. I wish to suggest that before we leave this auditorium, we have spoken a lot about how much information, recommendations occupy our shelves. Can we come up with one thing that we as the leadership of the institutions of this nation can do? We have 4 years. We said by 2028, we need to come to 35%. So what are we going to do in the first year? Can we commit, before we leave this room, that in year 1, we will go back as our boards and all the leadership and decide how that will be done. But if we leave this room with one thing that we will do this year or in the first year, then we will be moving our country from one point to another. And I sit down by suggesting that we adopt the philosophy of servant leadership. Servant leaders will always want to know that the least privileged are becoming better, or at least they are not getting worse off. If we use that test in the institutions that we are leading, we will be selfless. We are very few Kenyans. We are privileged. We are honored. Many Kenyans cannot eat. Let us sacrifice something by becoming servant leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I hear commitment on the roadmap to implementation of the towards 35 by 2028 from the conference. Seated next to her, then we'll cross over. We'll cross over first. I have seen, someone in front, next to Nancy. Thank you.
My name is FCS, a fellow and a member of the Institute of Certified Secretary, William Gatehi. I'm also the chairman, Nyandarua County Public Service Board. I think the elephant in the room is the raging or rising pay bill, wage bill. And a lot of ideas about during the conference from Monday. We have had very good ideas coming, but the culmination of those ideas is that the best way forward is to enhance productivity. From where I sit as chairman of Nyandarua County Public Service Board, and I think I also expressed these sentiments during the caucus, is that the County Public Service Board account and superintend for over 50% of the workforce in public service. We mirror ourselves pretty much like the Public Service Commission. The only aspect we lack is the financial independence that the PSC enjoys. And therefore, my recommendation is that SRC needs to work at arm's length with the CPSBs or the County Public Service Board to be able to work together to implement all the aspects and the recommendations about raising productivity and, of course, inculcating discipline in workforce. So my point is that, which I don't want to belabor, is that we, the County Public Service Board, have what it takes to be able to change the terrain in the counties in terms of increasing productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. SRC to collaborate closely with county public service boards. That's what I hear from your comments. Is that Professor Letting? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Professor Nicholas Letting from CASNEB. Yesterday and the days before, we have been told about, we all know about KenGen, which was a public organization, now privatized. It's making profits. Session Chair, I propose that we privatize a number of institutions so that they can embed private sector practices in measurement of productivity and introduce bonuses. This morning I was reading somewhere, there is a CEO in a bank who is earning 1.2 million shillings per day. Why don't we introduce similar bonuses in public sector organizations so that we can also earn bonuses when we deliver in productivity? Thank you.
Thank you. Consider privatization. We have 3 to go. So who are the lucky 3? Yeah, someone who was right behind there. Then I've not gotten a comment from here and there. Oh, yes. Bishop? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Jared Kopio, the chairman of the County Public Service Board's National Consultative Forum. And the County Public Service Boards will play a very important role in this conversation, given the roles that they play. One of the most important functions of the County Public Service Boards is to facilitate the development of coherent, integrated human resource planning and budgeting for personnel emoluments. And I think what we need to do, what we need to figure out is how to protect the position of the boards so that they are able to make reasoned and independent judgments. We need a legislative intervention to make sure that they have got financial autonomy so that they are able to advise the counties correctly. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. 2, integrated human resource planning, and you've added a cap on legislation for independence of county public service boards. Bishop?
Thank you, sir. I'm Bishop Dr. Joseph Gigi, serving with AIPCA, representing the NCCK. Mine is a question. Why is it that the public servants, in most cases, they fail to deliver in government services, but when they join the private entities, they start making profits? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a clear challenge to all of us seated here. Why do you deliver in private? In public, you are considered otherwise. So it's a good challenge, Bishop. The last but not least, two gentlemen seated together. I see the Secretary Nyandarua. So I'll leave you to, okay, the 2 of them, then the last, and then we'll be guided by the state protocol.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm George Ikwara Olaktar, member of the County Public Service, Busia County. My comment is we are just mad talking about the growing wage bill, but the greatest concern that is making the wage bill to grow, it is not even growing. It may be where it is, but what we are thinking that it is growing, it is that our revenue collection is the one that is dropping down. Number one, due to the pilferage. Tax collection methods are poor, and we have left many people, a few people, to steal the money, and there is no action taken against those people. So from where we were collecting 1 billion, we start collecting 500,000. When we compare with what we are paying as wage in Kenya, that 500 cannot be matched to 1 billion. And then we start crying that the wage bill is growing. And yet it has us who have failed on revenue collection. Number 2, I would like also to propose that we make friendly laws that will encourage investment of industries in our country. Because when our countries collapse, like KCC, Mumias, how much were they contributing to the revenue of this country? They were contributing billions, but now that those billions are not coming because of our own carelessness as a country. And therefore, I would like to propose that we strengthen the investment and production of our industries. And when they produce, we shall collect more revenue from them, you will find that wage bill will never even be seen to be growing, because we have much coming from the industries, coming from our sources, other sources of revenue. That is the biggest problem we have in our country. And all that depends on leadership. If the leadership will not stand to stop corruption, to stop many ways that cause us to lose a lot of revenue, we shall not move any further.
Thank you. Stop the pilferages in government and expand the revenue collection base. That's what I hear. Yes.
Thank you.
Charles.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Charles Nganga. And I really find the conference which is all right, but I was suggesting that the best way we can do from this angle is to apply what we call project management. We need to have institutions. We have been doing the institution from the time, even today. But we need now to go to the side of implementing, or the side of planning, implementing, and then we have the crossover. One thing we need also to organize, to think about the wage bill, is that we need also to put at least these modern technologies. Sometimes you may find even the sort of the job which are done within the county or within the national government, it's a duplication of the job which can be done with modern technology. So I would rather prefer we also apply the modern technologies, software, so that we can also reduce the wage bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adopt technology. I hear. Secretary Nyandarua.
Thank you, sir.
And then we'll close with a lady who was stood right in front of the cameras there.
I'm here also. I first want to give a feedback to the bishop why those people who leave the public service go and they are able to do better. Because in public service, we reward effort, but in corporate, we reward results. Now, that is the difference. But I want to say this, sir. I expected from our yesterday's discussion, we hear that Singapore and us were at the same per capita during independence. Now, ours has raised to 2,000 and Singapore 89. So ours has gone up 5 times. Theirs has gone up 178 times. Now, the problem here, and I really agree with the people about the issues about salaries. The issue is not always looking at how we can reduce salaries for the workers, but it is how we can raise productivity and pay them even better. That is the point. And I'm requesting you that the biggest problem we have, we come here like this conference, we talk and we give so many recommendations, but the action is the key important thing. Yesterday, I gave a story, but there's one thing I didn't say. In the same place, when I entered, people were coming late. And I said, we cannot continue with this. And in 1 month, when I entered the issue of people to clock in and out, we recovered 565,000 from the salaries. The next month, we tried to recover anybody. We could not. And people are able to perform and work well. I am requesting kindly, from next year, we should come out here with making a decision. All of us, we should never get an automatic increase in salaries. They should be based on performance. We get zeros or others get better. And that will turn around the working in public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Should be performance-based appraisal and reward system. That's what I hear. Let us close with the lady.
No, I'm here.
Thank you.
Someone somewhere?
Yes. Thank you.
I rated below bar by my policy developers, but let me take that lady and then we hear you.
Thank you. I wanted to address something. We've convened here for the last 3 days as leaders.
Kindly, your name?
Kuresha Abdullahi, Executive Director, Institute of Human Resource Management. And I wanted us to consider something as one of my proposals, even as we go back into our workplaces, either collectively through SRC, we need to do employee engagement. Because all the good things we discussed here as leaders, we need people to implement, and we are as strong as our weakest link. Let's not look at it from the negative side that SRC said, reduce your wage, so I'm coming for your salary, but measure the employee engagement so that the next time we come here, we can actually look at those metrics. Number 2, I've heard, why do we do this in private and this in public? We need to change our mind and think as entrepreneurs. So I will propose that we have training focused on public officers on government entrepreneurship. Even if we're in service delivery, it's not just for profit making that we should have that entrepreneurial mindset. And finally, let's ensure that we train our employees on change management.
Thank you.
Don't just go with this and say implement without preparing them for the road. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to re-engineer our service orientation in the workplace and the full stop to this session.
Thank you, Chair and coordinators. My name is Njeru Kanyamba, a trade unionist and currently right here representing the Trade Unions Congress. This sitting is sitting at a very difficult time for this country. One of the main issues is that when you are working or you are going to bank or you are going to work, if you receive a call that your house is burning, you turn and go back home to secure something from the house. Where we stand, our house is burning. The doctors are not they are not at work. And everybody else knows the story. What I propose as a trade unionist is that all is not over. We can do something to return the doctors, the nurses, and the clinical officers to work. If the Ministry of Health is incapacitated to deliver that, we can form a committee here. We go and talk to the doctors and the nurses and the rest of them so that they can go back to work. Our children, our parents, and everybody else is sick and there is no treatment. That's one.
Correct.
Number two, we are having a lot of problems in this country. There is so much talking and nothing doing. I think when Jesus was crucified, I'm giving as an example, he was crucified on that cross that was lifted high so that people can see that and they realize that there's a lot of pain.
Please be concluding.
I'm concluding. So if we must crucify them that are committing economic crimes, we must crucify them and show and let them experience the pain so that nobody else wants to go that direction.
Thank you.
How do we do it? I'm giving the final word.
Please, Njeru.
How do we do it? Courts should give the bill or bond for them that have been arrested, double the amount that has been stolen, so that nobody wants to get in that way again. Nobody wants to go there again. If I've stolen 1 million, I go to court. I should be given 5 million as a bill or bond, so that I can walk home and nobody wants to follow me.
Thank
you. I think those are very many issues, but there are very many that we can discuss later.
Njeru.
Thank you so much.
We return to basics. It is possible to be done, and the avenues are available. Do I propose that the comments and recommendations from the floor be adopted as part of this conference report? Will as many as of the same opinion say aye? Over contrary opinion? And the ayes have it. I thank you for that session. I now proceed to hand over the program to the state protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chepkon, for that session. We want to appreciate the first session that has just ended and appreciate all the participants of this session in this conference today. My name is Dan Mwangi from State Functions. We now want to request that as we wait for our chief guest to arrive, I would request that we are going to have the DJ's songs, interludes at the background as we await for the presidential escort band to join us. They'll be giving us interludes as we wait for our chief guest to arrive. And therefore, I want to request us to stand. We may be able to stretch up kidogo. Kindly let's stand. Stretch yourselves kiasi, because the session that is coming may take a bit of time. Ensure that you relieve yourself. Don't go far. Just be within the pavilion. I want to usher in the presidential escort band. They will come in, give us some interludes, as we await for arrival of His Excellency the President. Immediately His Excellency arrives, we are going to be upstanding for the national anthem and later prayer, and then after that we will proceed with our program for today. So if you've stretched up enough, lift up your hands. Lift up your hands, stretch up kiasi, stretch up, stretch up, stretch up, stretch up. Thank you so much. We may be seated now. Allow me now to welcome the band. They are going to give us interludes as we await for the arrival of His Excellency the President, who will be here together with us in a few. So, Presidential Escort Band, karibuni sana. We continue with the Presidential Escort Band interludes. We also request those outside the pavilion kindly to walk in, find a seat, and settle as we wait for His Excellency, the President, to arrive and join us in this session. So kindly, all of us who are outside, we request you to come in. Please occupy your seats as we await for the arrival of His Excellency, the President. Presidential Escort Band. Let's appreciate the band for the good presentation. That is wonderful. Zilizo Pendwa, thank you so much. As we continue waiting for the arrival of His Excellency the President to be together with us in this session, we continue with the entertainment as we wait for the arrival. Let us be settled. Those who are outside, kindly ensure that you are settled as we await for the arrival of His Excellency and other dignitaries. We continue appreciating each one of you who is present in this conference today as we await for the next session. We continue with the Presidential Escort Band, with the entertainment as we await for His Excellency. Let's appreciate the band once more. That is wonderful. We are asking those who are outside to kindly walk in, find your seat as we settle to wait for His Excellency the President and other dignitaries so that we may have our second session ongoing. So in the meantime, Presidential Escort Band still entertaining us as we await for the arrival of His Excellency. Presidential Escort Band. Let's appreciate them once more. Thank you so much, Presidential Escort Band. Bwana ni mchungaji wangu. What a wonderful song. We continue with the entertainment as we get settled, awaiting for His Excellency, the President, to arrive for us to continue with the next session. So Presidential Escort Band, we continue depending on you for this session. Kindly give us another number as we continue waiting. Welcome, Presidential Escort Band. Yeah, we continue appreciating our band for giving us such wonderful interludes and entertainment. Wimbo Huyu ni Nani from the Catholic Church. Thank you so much, our presidential band. We sincerely appreciate you for what you're doing. We continue depending on you for the entertainment as we await for the arrival of our chief guests. Welcome, Presidential Escort Band. Let's appreciate them, tafadhali. Let's appreciate them again and again. Thank you so much, Presidential Escort Band. May I request Commissioner Wangui Mushiri kindly to come at the main dais as we prepare ourselves. I will request that when His Excellency arrives, we will all be upstanding. We will allow him to go to the main dais. Then we'll have our national anthem, and then prayer, and proceed with the program. So kindly prepare for that. Presidential Escort Band. Kindly give them a better clap. Thank you. We continue with the interludes as we prepare ourselves for a start of the next program. Presidential Escort Band, we continue depending on you for this session.
Naomba sote tusimame ili tuweze kumpokea Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Welcome, Your Excellency. Tuweza tukamkaribisha kwa makofi. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na sote nitaomba tubaki tumesimama. Tutaanza kwa wimbo wa taifa tukifuatilia na wimbo wa Jumuiya la Mataifa. I'll request that we all remain standing. We're going to start with the national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. Then we shall have 2 short prayers before we proceed with the rest of the program. The national anthem. I'll request we remain standing as I now call on Abdallah Mohammed and Sophie Muturi to lead us in a short word of prayer.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Ewe Mola muumba mbingu na ardhi, ewe Mola ulioko juu, twakuomba katika siku hii ya leo ujalie mkutano huu uwe wa kheri, uwe wa amani, uwe wa baraka, uwe wa neema. Ujalie maazimio yote ambayo tutayapitisha hapa yawe ya sawa, yawe ya kheri, yawe ya neema, yenye kusaidia nchi hii na wananchi. Twakuomba ewe Mola Mwenyezi Mungu, umbariki rais wetu, umpe hikma, umpe baraka, umpe neema, apate kutuongoza sisi vizuri katika kipindi chote kile ambacho wewe umembariki kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu. Ewe Mola, twakuomba ujalie amani, baraka na neema katika nchi hii yetu tukufu. Utupe neema nyingi nyingi, utupe amani, utupe baraka. Ewe Mola, waongoze viongozi wetu wote katika kutuongoza vizuri katika nchi hii yetu tukufu, na utujalie wenye neema nyingi na baraka. Ewe Mola, tutakuomba kwa jina lako tukufu, kwani wewe ndiye mtukufu wa watukufu. Amin.
Let us pray. Almighty and ever-living God, we praise you and honor you for your faithfulness, your care and your keeping since we started this conference. Lord God Almighty, we thank you for the success of the 3rd National Wage Bill Conference, during which, Lord, you gathered this enormous congregation of leaders. We acknowledge that all authority comes from you, and those holding positions of authority are placed there by you, Lord. Almighty God, this morning, we thank you for our President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, his Deputy, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Cabinet Secretaries, and all those in authority. Almighty God, we make intercession for our President that as he exercises the authority you have given him over this nation, he would experience your favor, receive wisdom, knowledge, and understanding from above. Lord, we pray that you would imbue him with distinct ability and courage. Our gracious Father, we thank you for our beloved nation, Kenya. Thank you that as you, Lord, made nations of mankind to live on the face of the earth, it pleased you to make us Kenyans. Lord God Almighty, we pray that the conference resolutions that we will be hearing later will ignite within us a resolve to serve the public with an unequivocal commitment and remain faithful to oaths taken and pledges made. And we do that, as we do that, Lord, we ask that you would let your favor be upon us as a nation. And it is in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Let us kindly take our seats. Your Excellency, the President of this nation and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, the CDF, General Ogola, the COG Chair, Madam Anne Waiguru, the Governor Nairobi, all governors present, the CS Public Service, Honorable Moses Kuria, all CSs and Principal Secretaries present, the Chair SRC, Madam Lynn Mengich, chairpersons of independent commissions, all national and local leaders present, all invited distinguished guests. Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, at this point, allow me to now call the Chair SRC, Madam Lynn Mengich, to make her welcoming remarks. Tunaweza tukamkaribisha kwa makofi.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Your Excellency, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Your Excellency, the Chairperson, Council of Governors, Anne Waiguru, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Cabinet Secretaries present, Your Excellencies, County Governors, Chief of Defense Forces, General Francis Ogola, Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Offices, Principal Secretaries, Members of Parliament, Chairpersons of State Corporations, Members of Constitutional Commissions and Independent Offices, Chief Executive Officers and Accounting Officers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors present, development partners, civil society organizations, non-governmental and faith-based organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the steering committee of the conference, it is with great humility and honor that we welcome you all to this third Wage Bill conference. We are indeed indebted to your presence of such a high-powered leadership from the national and county governments. This goes to show the commitment and seriousness that the leadership exhibits on the matters of the public wage bill. This commitment to the public wage bill has come from the distant past, transcending several government administrations. We recall the first, second National Wage Bill Conference in 2014 and 2019, respectively. I'm delighted to note that significant progress has been made on the implementation of the resolutions from both conferences over the years. The National Wage Bill Conference embodies the spirit of collaboration and a whole-of-government approach to matters of national importance. It is in this spirit that resolutions from the past conferences have immensely contributed to the positive trend in the wage bill to revenue ratio, which has come down from 51.4% in the financial year 2017-18 to 47.6% in the financial year 2021-22, and further projected to 46.64% in the financial year 2022-23. However, a lot more needs to be done. Your Excellency, we specifically thank you for the summit resolution under your leadership that resolved SRC, IGRTC, and COG to convene this conference. The conveners, in the spirit of a whole-of-government approach, co-opted the Public Service Commission, the Ministry of Public Service and Performance and Delivery, and the State Corporations Advisory Committee to constitute a steering committee that has convened this conference. After 3 days of intense consultations, all delegates have resolved to take actions now towards 35%. This is a journey towards realizing a wage bill to revenue ratio of 35% by 2028. As we are all aware, the Public Finance Management Act and Regulation of 2015 set a clear threshold of wage bill to revenue ratio for the two tiers of government at no more than 35%. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference has brought together the national and county governments, private sector, non-governmental organizations, civil society, faith-based organizations, experts in productivity, and academia. The Conference Steering Committee is pleased to report that the presentations, engagements at the plenary, and several caucus sessions have been enriching and inspiring. The delegates have benefited from presentations, discussions, and sharing experiences. Consequently, everyone is well aligned with the vision to realize the towards 35% aspiration target. In addition to the deliberations during the conference, I'm pleased to let you know that under the leadership of the steering committee, a technical team comprising of staff from COG, PSC, the Ministry of Public Service, the SCAC, Ministry of Labor, IGRTC, and SRC, Auditor General, and Controller of Budget, developed technical papers that will be shared with all the delegates after this conference. These papers provide further insights into the presentations that are a synopsis of the technical papers. The 2.5 days have created a shared understanding of the public wage bill in Kenya, its profound impact on our national, county, and institutional financial resources, service delivery to Wanjiku, and economic development of our country. Through shared understanding, the delegates converged on resolutions that shall be presented here today, resolutions that shall propel Kenya to inch closer to the 35% wage bill to revenue ratio. We owe it to wananchi to collectively achieve this target. Your Excellency, we are extremely grateful for your leadership in this wage bill discourse. The next generation is watching our footsteps. We then can agree here and resolve not to bequeath to them an unsustainable wage bill, but rather a wage bill that is affordable and fiscally sustainable. A wage bill that will not crowd out resources for development and service delivery, and which then propels this country to the next level of economic empowerment of its people. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my welcome remarks, the journey towards 35% public wage bill to revenue ratio is possible by 2028. It is within sight. We need not, therefore, defer to the next generation what this generation must do, and we must do by 2028. It is only right that we fold our sleeves and make it happen for this generation. With your leadership, Your Excellency, we are all aligned, and through collaboration and a whole-of-government approach, we shall succeed. God bless you. God bless Kenya. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mengich. At this point, Your Excellency would like to now proceed to a panel discussion, and allow me to invite Commissioner Wangui Mushiri to take her seat, and she's going to introduce the panel that is going to be having this discussion. Your Excellency, the objective of the panel discussion, it's a roundtable discussion, bringing home the current status of the role of leadership and the way forward on matters wage, bill, and revenue. Commissioner Wangui Mushiri, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Gitonga. Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to stand on the protocols already established as I invite the panel to this discussion. Our first participant will be none other than the SRC chairperson, Madam Lynn Mengich. If you could please make your way down, and a round of applause as she does. She's worked very hard hosting this panel. Our next panel discussant will be the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, the Honorable Moses Kuria. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. We will also have the Council of Governors Chairperson, Her Excellency, Madam Anne Waiguru. Please, let's give her a hearty hand of applause as she makes her way down. And last but not least, our keynote speaker for today, the Honorable Retired Chief Justice, Mr. Maraga. Please, if you could take your seat, please. Thank you, sir. And as we do, if we could kindly be upstanding for the really key chief guest today as he takes his seat. Let us welcome him kindly with a hearty hand clap. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. We may now take our seats. To begin this panel discussion, we shall begin with you, Chairperson of the SRC. Thank you for taking us through a quick summary of the intense discussions on matters wage, bill, and revenue. You did say in your speech that it is possible to achieve this 35% in our generation. Is it really? How do we get to the journey towards 35% by 2028?
Thank you. Over the last 2.5 days, the participants in this conference have deliberated. And the reason why I said it is possible, it's because of what the participants have agreed. It's not what we have said as SRC we must do. And I just want to share with you very quickly some of the discussions that makes me say it is possible. The first reason that was given is that we need to focus on the denominator. That is the productivity side. And the discussion was, yes, we can talk about managing the current wage bill, but if we improve our productivity, summed up by 2 words, that we must bake a bigger cake. And that means we must then enable the private sector to grow. That is how our economy will grow. It was also summarized by expand more with less. Can we achieve more with the resources that we have? Whether it is financial resources, whether it is human resources. Let us do more with less. We then got presentations from Malaysia, South Africa, and they shared their journey. And we were therefore convinced that not only is it possible, but the impact is really positive to the economies that have embraced productivity. Back home, we were also encouraged that our own institutions have begun the journey. We got presentation from KenGen and the Kenya Bureau of Standards and the Ministry of Health. They have started the journey. And therefore, we are convinced that not only have we seen best practice from other countries, but we can do it. Now, secondly, there was discussion around employee numbers, and that as a developing country, we will still need to recruit in healthcare, in education, in security. So if we must continue to recruit, and yet we have a wage bill issue, then we've got to do something around how we are managing the staff establishments that we have today. So these delegates agreed that we must relook at our staff establishments. Number 3, there was a lot of discussions around duplication of functions, duplication of roles, duplication of mandates. But the question that was asked in the end is, what happened to the previous reports? Abdul Kadir report was mentioned several times. What happened? And the question the delegates asked is, will we be back here 2 years down the line to ask the same thing? And it was then agreed that action must be taken now. We do not want to come back and ask the same one. Now, the other issue that was discussed at length is waste of public resources, that there is a lot of waste. If we can just be more accountable and manage the resources we have, we may actually not have a wage bill problem. Are we managing our resources, lastly? And lastly, question about culture. We acknowledge that every year, Auditor General, Controller Budget, they release reports. But what happens to these reports? Are we accountable? The presentation shared our statistics on where Kenya is ranking on corruption. We looked at where Kenya is ranking on productivity. We looked at statistics on how citizens rank services in Kenya, whether they are receiving services as expected. And we could actually see that there is a problem. And we concluded here that there has to be a cultural transformation if we've got to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lim. My next question, thank you, is to you, CS. There's been a lot of talk about activity versus input, output and outcomes. As the custodian of public service measurement in this government, what is your take on Kenya's model of performance contracting and performance management? Are we measuring the right things?
Thank you, Wangui. I look at it from 2 fronts. One, performance management is much more encompassing than performance contracting. Performance contracting is just one of the measures that is supposed to contribute to performance management, and it's much broader than that. So the conversation that we are having within government is how can we be able to broaden the performance management framework so that it focuses more on productivity, that it measures outcomes and results as opposed to events and processes, which is the current. So that is currently undergoing some review and transformation, and we look forward to the beginning of the new fiscal year to be able to have a new regime that is, 1, much broader, and 2, that is really focused on outcomes. And performance contracting and performance management tools are supposed to answer to the needs of a particular administration. So what we're also doing is asking ourselves, how can our current performance management framework be a tool for this administration to achieve the commitments that we made to our people. Ultimately, we have to do that because the issue of productivity is key. And also, as the chair has said, on the issue of generational equity, that do we want to, as a current generation, to leave all the obligations and all these problems to future generations? Let me tell you that these fiscal issues, because this ultimately fiscal issue, is actually, it is hiding some real good progress that we are making on other fronts. For example, when we make progress on our exchange rates, when we control our inflation, when we have our GDP growing this year expected at 5.6%, and then that is wiped out by all these fiscal issues that come with recurrent expenditure. And finally, we want to broaden this discussion and ask ourselves, is this just an economic issue? No, for me, it's a moral issue, it's an ethical issue. How can we have 1 million people who are the public servants consuming 41% of our revenues and leaving the other 53 million people to consume 59%? In fact, I would question the other 53 million people. Why are they so patient with us? Because there's a moral issue and there's an ethical issue of how can we have just 1 million people living on the back of another 53 million people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CS. Wow. Let me move over to the county governments before I come to you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, Madam Anne Waiguru, the county governments are at an average of 45% wage bill to revenue ratio, according to the financial year 2022-2023. As you serve your last term as governor, what is your parting shot on matters productivity and the wage bill target of 35% in county governments?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think it's very interesting, the conversation about the wage bill and what it is that we can do. And I think as a nation, it has come at the right time. Indeed, the county governments at the moment are at about 42, an average of 42%. That means that there are those with a lot higher, and then there are those who with a lot less, closer to 35. But I would like, before even we discuss in broad terms and maybe make proposals, bring us into perspective as to why the wage bill of the county governments has been growing. And I think this has been discussed in the last 2 days here. Just from statistics alone, if you look at health facilities, we started with 8,466 health facilities in 2013. We are now at 16,655. Doctors were at 874. We are now at 4,398. Nurses were at 6,620. We are at 31,923. Extension officers were 1,725, and we are right now at 8,078. And now we have started the UHC program. We are going to increase and include our CHPs into the wage bill. And therefore, with all that and the payments for NSSF and all, this is very critical that we have this conversation of how do we achieve all this, because the things that I have mentioned are indeed critical. And not to mention that we also inherited mostly on the county's side, bloated public services from the defunct local authorities, and those people being protected under the permanent and pensionable. So even if you were to do your restructuring, you would not be able to move them. So you have to increase for critical services that are devolved, and at the same time, be able to maintain the current staff that you have. The other very critical issue is that revenues to counties has not been increasing in the commensurate manner. For all the functions that we have, if you look at where our revenues are pegged, they are pegged on audited accounts of maybe 3 years or so behind, as compared to 3 to 2 years behind, as opposed to the current year that has just passed, where the percentage of revenue going to counties will be a little higher. If the percentage of the revenue to counties was higher, and if counties put measures in place to increase their revenue allocation, they would be able to lower the average, the wage bill average per county. But this is one issue that we cannot skirt around. I think we need to have a conversation about functions and resources following those functions. And then, as Chair of SRC has said, maybe we need to look also at our structures and see how they are populated and how do we deal with the issue of rationalizing those structures so that you have critical staff that are required for the critical services that counties are supposed to implement, the functions that counties are supposed to implement. Now, on the issue of my parting shot, what is it that I would say? I think this country needs to look very deeply, introspectively within. Many times we come to conferences and have conversations about what we need to do, but when we go to implement, we implement for the first 6 months or so, and then the resolutions fall by the wayside. A culture of accountability, as has been said, is critical. And those in the public service who have been given the privilege to serve in the public service have to answer that very critical question that has been asked by Moses Kuria. Are we supposed to be spending our resources on unproductive activities as opposed to resources for development? And what is this amount of money that we should cap and say, whether we are a county government or at the national government, what is this figure? And that figure has been said. We have a target right now of 35, but is that the ideal? And finally, inculcating a culture of productivity. I will say in this panel, Your Excellency, if we checked the productivity of the staff, both at national and county level, and especially the middle to lower cadre, you will find that the productivity is very low, because you will find one job that can be done by one person is probably being carried out by 3-4 people. But this is a very sensitive conversation when you're talking about a country where everybody is aspiring to join this public service. Maybe we need to culturalize our people and change the perspective of our people so that we are not all looking to join the public service, and as Chair mentioned, maybe start focusing more on the private sector and informal sectors. And finally, once we set up the structures, once we have them running, maintaining those structures and holding those in leadership accountable, and for us, mentoring, coaching, and passing the skills to younger people so that they understand where we came from when we came to this decision, so that we're not rolling back the gains that we have had. Thank you.
Very well put, Madam Waiguru. Thank you so much for that comment, which flowed very well with discussions we have had, Your Excellency, with the former Head of Public Service, Budhaura, and Oginde on leadership, sir. Your Excellency, which brings me to your question. We were challenged as leadership because most of the people here are leaders in your government. And we were challenged that we talk the walk more than we walk the talk. And so my question to you, sir, is when we are surrounded and reports have come through of wastage of public resources, wastage in public institutions, impunity, and largesse, give us your thought, Your Excellency. How can we set the tone on accountability, but also consequence management in public service?
Thank you very much, Wangui. And first, let me the teams that have brought together this conference. I remember we met at the request of the SRC to put together this conference so that we can reflect on the 2 summits that we had before and how much progress has been made. As has been said here, there has been progress. Came down from 51% wage bill to revenue to 46 now, and we aspire to deal with this challenge in the next 3 years to bring it to 35. And the success of any country, the success of any plan or initiative will stand or fall on leadership. I don't think any one of us need to be persuaded as to whether it is the right thing to do. The questions answered. Is it the correct thing to get our wage bill to 35% as a percentage of revenue? Yes, it's the right thing. Is it doable? Yes, it's doable. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. right? So it is up to us as leaders to decide whether we want to do this or we want to play to the gallery, we want to talk the walk, as you've said, or we want to walk, or we want to walk the talk. That's the decision we must make. And it boils down to the fact that decisions to be made are not easy. They're not comfortable. They're not popular. And it is the reason why I insist that those of us who are leaders, who have the privilege to be leaders, must understand our calling. We have been elected, all of us seated here, and occupying leadership position, appointed, nominated, employed as leaders. And we have been given responsibility to do the right thing, to make the right decisions, even if they are not popular. And you know, the challenge we've had as a country is that we all know what is right. We have all documented studies, programs, resolutions. But when it's time for the rubber to meet the road, when it is time to implement, it becomes difficult. We have talked about the Abdikadir report. We have talked about the various resolutions of the wage bill before. But we must get to the point where those of us who are privileged to be leaders must be ready to lead, to serve, to make a difference, and not necessarily to be popular. We have a choice to make. And if you want people to clap for you all the time, if you want to be a popular guy, you have an option. You can be a comedian. It's also a very well-paying job. And it boils down to some of the, let me give you two examples. You have a whole cabinet minister. We are having a conversation about drug abuse, alcoholism. And you have leaders who are saying, no, you shouldn't be closing bars. You are mistreating people. Really? Okay, because what are we chasing? Popularity. Okay. The other day, we have a doctor's challenge. You can hardly pay because we've said, there are real issues we want to deal with. You have leaders who it is in their place, including governors, saying we support the doctor's strike. Really? If you support the doctor's strike, pay the money they are asking for. So we must stop chasing what is popular. We must go after what is right. And so, we have three issues from where I sit in this matter of the wage bill. Number one, we must deal with the numbers. The current ratio is that we have so many support staff, and the push from the public is everybody wants a job. Mr. President, give us positions for the military, for the police, for this, for that. We must be deliberate about creating alternative pathways to employment. Public service is not a place for employment. We must build alternative, and that is why, deliberately, as a government, we have said we're going to implement programs that will create opportunities for employment. And we are going to be deliberate, we are going to be intentional, and we are going to push hard. Under our housing program, our plan is to create 1 million jobs. We are at 140,000 as I talk to this audience. It is a program that we all agreed on. For example, housing was in the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, it was in the manifesto of Azimio. When it got to implementation, it was a problem. Why? Because we want to be popular. When you know what the right thing is, we are going to be intentional and deliberate because it is the way we are going to create jobs and not load on Kenyans under the public service. Number 2, we've changed the law. I've signed the new law I've signed the new legislation into law. We're going to create opportunities in the digital space. There are tremendous opportunities in the digital space. That way, we can create alternative pathways and not overload public service. We're going to export our labor. We're going to create jobs in our special economic zones. On Friday next week, I'll be in Athi River with American companies who are bringing 20,000 jobs to Kenya because we've given additional incentives on our special economic zones. It is the direction we must go as a nation. I want to encourage us. We have millions of young people out of school, out of college, out of university. They deserve employment opportunities. We owe it to them as a nation to create opportunities for them. It is not in the public service. The public service cannot accommodate all of them. That's why we must be bold, we must be courageous to push the limits in other areas so that we can get more young people in Kenya in employment. They will contribute to baking a bigger cake, as was said by the chair of SRC. I also see an opportunity for us to enhance our revenue, because if you are talking of wage bill as a percentage of revenue, we must also look at how do we raise revenue? How do we make sure that counties are looking at on-source revenue? How are they collecting more money? How do we digitize Kenya Revenue Authority? I want to confirm to the country that we are well on course. I believe that we can raise an extra 500 billion, if not an extra trillion, just by digitizing the Kenya Revenue Authority and getting money that currently we are not getting. It is possible for us to support our counties to raise more money so that we can have the ratio of wage bill to revenue in the right place. And number 3, we must deal firmly, decisively with corruption. We must. There is a lot of wastage. There's wastage, there is pilferage, there is outright theft, in the public space, and with a lot of impunity. We can put more resources into development. And I think we have now stabilized what we needed to stabilize. We will now confront the monster of corruption head-on going forward. Whether it is in counties, whether it is international government, just imagine a simple audit of people working for government has revealed that we have 2,100 so far people with fake certificates working for government. And just a simple audit. And from this conference, Madam Chair, I hope we are going to add one more resolution on fake certificates. Those who have earned money using fake certificates should refund us our public money. Isn't it equivalent to obtaining by false pretense or something? You know? And those who are in government offices today with fake certificates, they should leave. They should resign and go away and look for money to pay us public resources that they have earned falsely. And that chain continues. That chain continues. Good people, we just must do what we must do. And for your information, I intend to do it. Yes. And I am ready to take the consequences. I'm already Sakayo, so there is no problem. If the country is going to get where we want it to go, I don't mind names. Yeah? I don't mind names. So long as we get the country where it should go. So, I don't know whether I've answered your question, but that is my position. I know we have set a target of 2028, Madam Chair. I think it's doable earlier. I think we can do it earlier. We can at least review it by 1 year, down by 1 year. We can do it by 2027. I think it's doable. Because we are burdening the next generation of Kenyans. And you know, speaking to the matter Moses mentioned, that 1 million of us who are working, we are taking away 1.1 trillion of the 2.2 trillion we collect. So 1 million of us. And you know the irony of this is that when we are asked, those of us who have the privilege to earn from the taxes of Kenyans, when we are asked to contribute 1.5% so that other Kenyans can have a job, we have a big problem. Not forgetting that there are another 50 million Kenyans who earn nothing, as we earn something. And they pay taxes the way we do. Surely, good people. At least us, we have the privilege of earning something. We are being asked to make a contribution. Those ones, they pay taxes, they earn zero. And they are still around. And they are not complaining, as we are complaining. Really? So this is a conversation, the honest conversation we must have as a country. And I intend to lead from the front on this one.
Thank you.
So,
thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. We are not going to sacrifice progress on the altar of popularity, and we are going to make radical measures take tough choices to achieve what we must. Thank you, Excellency. A round of applause for the President, please. Which dovetails very well to you, Chief Justice Emeritus. This morning you gave us a deep dive on the conundrum of leadership. And it was clear that there is an execution gap. As you speak to the execution gap, let me challenge you also just to lean and glean from your experiences in the judiciary, that when on the issue of consequence management in public service, that we would like to move forward, as His Excellency has eloquently put it. In public sector, as we had discussed, when we have a problem, we run to the judiciary, and that case goes on for quite a while as public money is being spent. Every month, that person is still being spent. And if it is the private sector, 15-minute boardroom discussion, the matter is settled. How can the judiciary help us expedite and enable national and county governments to do what they must do in order to have an efficient public service? Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Wangui. The judiciary leadership understands the role the judiciary plays in the socio-economic development of this country. You will recall that in 2003, 2004, when the performance contracting idea came up first, it was fiercely opposed by the then leadership of the judiciary. But with the new constitution and the obligations that are there, that the judiciary is exercising the authority of the people and is accountable, the new leadership in the judiciary, my predecessor, Dr. Mutunga, and the leadership in the judiciary sat down and said, look, we must comply with the Constitution. Then what the judiciary did was to sit down, get all the judges, the leadership and the representative of the judges, and say, look, we cannot have commercial disputes lying in courts for years on end, because we are holding a lot of investment funds that would go into the economy. So the question of contracting and how much each one of the judges is going to do was a thorny issue. But the leadership faced it on and said, no, this must be done. When I came in, we got the judges themselves into groups and said, look, we are under obligation to perform and perform optimally. You are not going to have a case lying under judgment or in a case which you have decided for years before you get a judgment out. We agreed, the judges themselves set the targets. They set the targets. Then the judiciary leadership looked at those targets and assessed whether or not we were only talking about numbers or we are also incorporating quality work in that. And came up with the performance assessment and the contracting, and the judges themselves and the magistrates started working towards those targets. I'm happy to report that quite a number of matters were resolved, and the speed at which the cases are being disposed now is much, much higher. The other thing that we looked at was the issue of alternative dispute resolution. We embraced it. It is in the Constitution. We embraced it and said, look, there are very many matters that can be disposed of through alternative dispute resolution. So we came up with mediation. Arbitration is there. We told the judges to deliberately look at the issues, cases before them, and see which ones can be resolved through those alternative dispute resolution. When you talk about cases, Your Excellency, cases of succession at the end of the day boils down to the distribution of the deceased estate. And if you're going to be mechanical and say you want to hear these cases and decide, you will get the siblings going out of court, in fact, and getting arms to kill each other. But when we came up with mediation and referred most of those cases to mediation, quite a number of people were happy going out. The siblings discussing those cases and going out and dealing with them. So that's how we have gone about it. And now we came the time of utilizing technology. You know, from the COVID-19, 2020, most of the operations came to a standstill. As the leadership of the judiciary, we said, look, we can't. We are offering essential services, and we must find a way of dealing with this. And we came up with the harnessing technology. We had challenges. We had a lot of opposition, sadly even from part of the government, Your Excellency, and more even from the stakeholders. But we were firm, and we started virtual courts. We started electronic filing of cases. Your Excellency, it is now common knowledge that the courts are able to operate, quite a number of them. The Court of Appeal, for instance, doesn't have any virtual sittings, physical sittings anymore. They are disposing cases through virtual hearings. So that is what it requires. You require leadership. Like now, we are finishing this conference, and there are going to be a number of resolutions that are going to be made. Unless you have a courageous leadership, unless you have a committed leadership, we will come back here 5 years down the line and say, look, the resolutions from this conference, maybe only a third have been implemented. And we go on going in circles. So what I would, as I said in the morning, what we need is that clear leadership which understands its role, which understands its mandate, which knows that it is answerable to the public. And more importantly, Your Excellency, I'm happy with your statements. Yesterday and the day before, listening to the discussions that were here, what came out clearly in my mind is we need political will. Political will at both levels of government to move quite a number of things. And with His Excellency at the helm and in front, and the governors following suit, I can't see why we cannot achieve or get near achieving what we require to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Justice. Before I go to Prime Cabinet Secretary, let me ask CS Moses Kuria. Your ministry is the custodian of the IPPD. How can we ensure that all public sector institutions migrate to a unified payroll system to mitigate wastage, double pay, ghost workers, manual pay, fake pay, etc., etc.? Thank you.
Thank you, Wangui. On the issue of cleanup of our payroll, we had given ourselves 12 months to ensure that everybody migrates. I'm under instructions that has to be completed by December 2024. That everybody at all levels of government must be under the IPPD system. And we are also going to work with the Council of Governors to ensure that even casual workers, even somebody on one-day contract is on some system one way or the other. Even the issue of casual workers is not reason enough for someone to be outside a payroll system. Further, you are aware of what we are doing on our health space, that we are migrating everybody, all Kenyans, into what we are calling the digital health. And as part of that digital health migration, we have to take data of all Kenyans. And that data will start with public servants. So my ministry is working with the Ministry of Health to ensure that as we migrate to the new social health scheme, and we take the details of workers, of Kenyans, starting with public workers, that will also be an exercise for census. So, as I said before, on the issue of ghost workers, because the people from our religious space have failed to fully exercise ghost, we are going to use technology to ensure that this issue of ghost workers disappear. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let me ask us to focus our attention on the podium as I ask the Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary this next question. We are currently operating on an average of 65% of approved staff establishment in the public service. If we were to recruit to 100%, the wage bill will grow from 1.1 trillion to 1.8 trillion. What is your take on this number, sir?
Thank you. You can understand it's awkward to be speaking from that podium when the president is here. That is the quickest way to get my salary slashed. So, Your Excellency and all who are here, I'll just try and address the issue of the numbers that you have mentioned. Because right now, at 65%, I think we are spending 1.4 trillion, 1.1. And if we move to 100%, we shall hit 1.8 trillion. Clearly, that is not tenable. And therefore, without really repeating myself, in terms of what has been said here, because I think they've been captured. It is for us to resolve to address this challenge of the huge wage bill. In simple terms, a bloated wage bill means more debt, it means more taxes. Because it has a priority call on the consolidated fund. So more wages, more debt. More wages, more tax. The president is always told, you are taxing. Messages come, listen to your people. Some of us here engage in that chorus, actually criticizing and even emphasizing that he's overtaxing. What are you doing in your own center of authority to shed off the excess weight? That should be the fundamental question here. Previously, we have had retrenchment. We have had the golden handshakes in the past, all targeted at trying to address the issue of the wage bill. So if we have to get to where we are, we then have to figure out how do we leverage on technology as a critical intervention on addressing the wage bill? How does Parliament play its role? How do the county governments play their role? And how do we prioritize our overall programs in the economy so that we do not suck the energy out of the economy by a bloated wage bill? Finally, Your Excellency, with your permission, just to emphasize that as we discuss the issue of the bloated wage bill, we must also address ourselves to what is the real wage? What is the living wage? Because if inflation continues to bite us because we are not taking quick decisions, then we shall not just be talking of a bloated wage bill in the context of numbers of people employed, but we shall be talking of a wage bill because people are trying to chase more value for their shilling, and that again eats into it. And finally, the Chief Justice is here. We must also ask ourselves, when courts make decisions, particularly the labor court, when you give awards, what is the scientific process that you have used to arrive at that wage that you're actually awarding? And what does it mean for the broader economy? I think that is my end of my comment.
That is fantastic. Thank you. We had a question for the Deputy President, which he will address during his remarks regarding a whole-of-government approach, allowing us to bring this to a close, Your Excellency, with your final remarks. In this forum, the one thing that we deliberated on was the culture of public service. And we agreed we need to regenerate and renew our culture in public service if we are to achieve the better model that you have asked us to do. And my question is, tumesikia mambo matatu, we just want two things today. Your Excellency, describe to us in very short adjectives so that we can go back as your soldiers and we carry out those instructions. What are your expectations? How do you describe an effective public service culture? And on the same breath, what do you want us to stop doing as a public service, as far as culture is, to be effective and to achieve this 35% that we're talking about? Thank you.
Bottom line, we must address ourselves to productivity. I think really, bottom line. And productivity for us to achieve comes in different facets. Number one, employing the right people to do the right job. As you've heard, we need the dichotomy of our public service. Do we have a public service that is fit for purpose? Number two, the Kenyan human capital is acclaimed world over. International companies will look out for Kenyan human capital. Private sector celebrate Kenyan human capital because of their productivity. But in the public service, it's the opposite. We must ask ourselves, why is it that Kenyan labor is productive internationally in the private sector and not in public service? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. And we need to deal with it by addressing what you've just said, culture. It cannot continue to be business as usual. So we need a paradigm shift in the way we manage public service, the way we hire public service, the way we deploy public service, and the whole trajectory of numbers is right in there. And it is the reason why we have a whole State Department today of public service management, performance contracting and management, so that we can deploy a public service that will support the entire economy. Efficient, productive, paid, but delivering. So this is my take on what I think of what the public service should look like and will look like. It is going to take the whole of government approach. We will need leadership from the counties, from the national government, from the legislature, from our judiciary. It's going to be a collaboration, a working together of all the arms of government to make sure that we have a fit-for-purpose public service, and one that is sensitive to cost. It must be competitive, it must be efficient, it must be professional. And again, we must address ourselves to the subject of wastage, of pilferage, of theft. We must address ourselves to that. And the fact that we are having this conference in this context is a very good thing, so that we can speak to each other truthfully and honestly, understanding where we are as a country and living within our means. We have a budget every year that has a fiscal deficit. 500, in fact, in 2022, we had a fiscal deficit of $1 trillion, meaning we were seeking to spend $1 trillion which we didn't have. We pulled it to 800 billion. We pulled it again to 600 billion. As we go towards, in the next 3 years, as we go towards having a wage bill to revenue of 35%, I will equally be driving to get a balanced budget, so that we spend the money we can raise. The money we cannot raise, we just be responsible, we relax until we raise the money so that we can spend it. Absolutely. I mean, it's just being responsible, it's being honest with ourselves, and it's being reasonable. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On my own behalf and the steering committee, it's been an honor hosting you, Your Excellency, on this panel, as well as our honorable guests. I think mambo kwa ground shift, and the line to SRC for more salaries has reduced, Chair. Our work is going to become less. Let me allow our honored guests to take back their seats and hand over to state functions. Thank you.
Let's put another round of applause, please, for our panelists, and also for Commissioner Wangui Mushiri for handling that panel. Just as a reminder, there is a pending question which His Excellency the Deputy President will answer during his remarks on IBEC and the whole government approach. Your Excellency, sir, to move this, we may take our seats. To move this from a talk shop to action, there has to be resolutions and commitments that will be made. So at this point, Your Excellency, sir, I'll invite the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Chairperson, Mrs. Lynn Mengich, to come and read and submit the resolutions made so far. We can put our hands together as we invite her to, or welcome her, to come and read the resolutions.
Thank you. I'm honored to read these resolutions, which is actually resolutions from all of us in this room and those who are there on Monday up to today morning. So the first resolution is all ministries, departments, and agencies, state corporations at the national government level to refine their strategies and action plans to achieve a wage bill to revenue ratio of 35% by June 2028. These strategies and action plans to be submitted to their respective cabinet secretary by 30th June 2024 for approval. The National Treasury and the Controller of Budget to progressively monitor the trajectory and ensure that provision of personnel emoluments do not exceed 35% threshold by 30th June 2028. The lead actor will be SRC and the SCAC, and collaborators is National Treasury, COB, Ministry of Public Service, CEOs of state corporations. Resolution number 2. All county executive committee members for public service to refine the strategies and action plans to achieve a wage bill to revenue ratio of 35%. The strategies and action plans to be submitted to the County Executive Committee by June 2024 for approval. The county governments and the Controller of Budget to progressively monitor and ensure that provisions of personnel emoluments do not exceed the 35% threshold by 30th June 2028. Resolution number 3, the public service institutions to review and rationalize their staff establishments with a view to align to affordability, fiscal sustainability, right composition, skill sets, and fit-for-purpose organization structures that will facilitate the institutions to achieve the 35% by 2028. Resolution number 4, review the Kenyan model for performance management by December 2024 to shift from measurement of activities and inputs to outputs and outcomes. Institutionalize measurement of productivity, integrate the various measurement systems, and create clear linkage to a reward and sanctions system. Resolution number 5, all institutions of the national and county governments to adopt and build capacity on performance contracting as an accountability tool in line with medium-term Plan 4 with effect from 1st July 2024. In this regard, public service institutions to incorporate productivity measurements, process reengineering, technology, and skills development as key drivers to implementation. Resolution number 6, all institutions at both levels of government to migrate their payrolls to the Human Resource Information System Kenya by June 2025. Further, manual, multiple, and standalone payroll systems to cease. Resolution number 7, eliminate duplications and mitigate overlap of mandates, roles and functions across state corporations, national and county governments, constitutional commissions, and independent offices. Resolution number 8, initiate a government-wide cultural transformation to embed the national values and principles and institute a mechanism for reward and consequence management in pursuit of a transformed public service culture. Resolution number 9, submit the resolutions to the summit for adoption and thereafter constitute an intergovernmental multi-agency team to implement the resolutions. And Your Excellency, you requested that we add resolution number 10. But since it is these delegates who passed that resolution, I'll ask them to give me the yes to add a resolution on fake certificates. Can we add that? Yes. So, Your Excellency, we shall add that resolution because that is what the delegates have all agreed. So thank you. So with that, I will now hand over the resolutions to the national government and the county governments through His Excellency the President for their implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Next, on behalf of the county government, would like to hear their commitments. And at this point, I'll now call upon the Chair Council of Governors and Governor Kirinyaga County, Governor Anne Waiguru, to present her commitments or the commitments of the county government on behalf of the county government. Welcome, Madam Anne Waiguru.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Your Excellency, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, my fellow governors present, Your Excellencies, Cabinet Secretaries, heads of commissions and independent offices, heads of institutions present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In the past 2 days have been quite enlightening. The topics and discourse resonate deeply with the desire of the citizens of this country envisioned when they promulgated the Constitution of 2010. The dream was that quality services that are affordable and accessible will reach every corner of this nation. I am delighted to note that all key actors from the 2 levels of government who must take action for us to race towards 35% as per our theme and the broad objective of this premier conference participated in this conference. This is a clear testament that when we focus on a particular matter together, it is indeed doable. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me add my voice and state my key take-homes from this conference, and this on behalf of my colleagues. Number 1, we should continue to strike a balance between service delivery needs and the revenue shared between the 2 levels of government. This has been ably shared by Excellency governors. The relationship between various staff establishments and the optimal levels needed to offer the services must be reviewed so that we don't make decisions in a vacuum. Number 3, that the new or enhanced development speaks to an added human resource and has direct impact on the wage bill. Number 4, productivity mainstreaming needs to start from the top, where we as governors are committing to lead and cascade it to the lowest level, and requires also a paradigm shift in the ways we do business in our public service. Number 5, on the use of technology, that is not an option and should be a perennial discussion and also implemented. It is proven that the use of technology has many benefits, from the reduction of leakages of resources, facilitating higher collection of revenue, reduction of processes, and also the human resource. A classic example is at Huduma Center, Your Excellency, which reduced the time it takes to receive any government services. Number 6, best practices and emerging good trends are within us. We must celebrate and embrace them. Let us therefore celebrate and learn from counties and other MDAs that have consistently attained the 35%. Number 7, the mentorship and coaching is key to generational transfer of good culture that all of us must consider for impact. And finally, for the counties, we need to finalize the costing and transfer of functions that have been devolved, and as well as their attendant resources. The raft of measures and strategies discussed and agreed upon in this conference and the past conferences must continue to be implemented at all levels of government, without which we will be gathered in vain. The issue of productivity being key, Your Excellency, must cascade across even county governments. And on behalf of my colleagues, I would like to give a commitment to the implementation of the main target of reducing the wage bill by 35% by 2027. We will endeavor to do that. Your Excellency, we will also review our structures to ensure that they are aligned. We will also commit on behalf of all the governments that will also review all the staff that are working in the county governments to confirm that we also, at the level of the county governments, weed out any individuals with fake certificates. Your Excellency, that is the only way to improve our productivity. In conclusion, I would like to share from the quote by Napoleon Hill, which states that the starting point of all achievements is desire. Our desired outcome of this conference is to see the wage bill go down. This is achievable. The current administration has given us the space to thrive. Let us take advantage and prove to all the naysayers that indeed the public service is the cornerstone of service delivery. Therefore, let us take a quantum leap and huge steps to take our country to the next level. As county governments, we commit to implement the resolutions arising from this conference. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Next, Your Excellency, we'll hear from the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management, Honorable Moses Kuria, who will in turn invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary when he is done. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Prime Cabinet Secretary, Chair of the Council of Governors, Governors Present, Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, and all protocols observed. The Ministry of Public Service is cognizant that the issue of reducing the wage bill from the current 46% of our revenue to that 5%, it is not a nice to have, it's a must to have. It is not an option, it's an imperative. And in this regard, the ministry is also cognizant of the fact that this is not the only issue that we have to deal with to reduce our recurrent expenditure, which continues to frustrate our ambitions. As we open our balance sheet every year, we open with an irrevocable commitment to fund several programs, to fund our free primary program, to fund our free secondary program, to fund our fertilizer subsidy program, to fund our social protection, to fund our counties, to fund our NGCDF. I don't know why anybody would want to be the president of this country. Because even before we open the year, we are opening with so many commitments which are irrevocable and which are non-discretionary. So to add to this issue of the wage bill shows that we really are already operating within a very constrained fiscal space, and so therefore we must do. And in this regard, my ministry commits on behalf of national government to do 4 things. 1, I will be shortly moving to cabinet to seek cabinet approval that all staff establishment as approved, subject to cabinet approval, will remain suspended until review of the same is done, so that we can ask ourselves whether those establishments make sense or not. Secondly, my ministry is going to spearhead a government-wide program of looking at our processes, reviewing our processes, asking ourselves which processes are not making sense, asking ourselves which processes can be done using digitization, so that as we review our establishment, that we are able to have a public service that is fit for purpose. Thirdly, Your Excellency, as has been mentioned in the commitment, is to ensure that by December 2024, we migrate everybody from the president to the smallest person, to the driver within public service, to a system of performance management, and that one we will implement. Finally, Your Excellency, is on the issue of training. All public servants must be trained. To have public servants who are not trained is like taking someone from the streets, giving them a gun, recruiting them into the police service without taking them to Kikanjo and expecting them to perform. Everyone must be trained so that we can all act in a consistent, coherent manner so as to build our value system within the public service. Thank you, Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the one on Henry Quick, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, my colleagues in Cabinet, the Chair of SRC, distinguished governors, participants, good afternoon. I had an opportunity to say something when I was there, so I will just limit my remarks so that we can give the President ample time to make a more detailed pronouncement on this issue. But first, let me commend the SRC and all the people who have put this convention together, because indeed it is a very significant gathering that is aimed at shaping and improving our economy. That is absolutely important. The second thing is just to be a little bit maybe philosophical. Ladies and gentlemen, you know Bomas is famous. Resolutions in Bomas sometimes are bitter, sour, or sweet. But today we are gathered here on a very fundamental issue. And what I want to acknowledge is that we are all resolving that the target of 35% to revenue ratio on the wage bill is significant, it's important, it's a critical target. You are resolving to be part of a team that is now going to be enjoined to Zakayo, in quotes, so that you can be part of these tough decisions that have got to be made. The President of the Republic of Kenya has been making very tough decisions, extremely tough, because the status of the economy that was inherited by the Kenya Kwanza government was extremely difficult, and it remains difficult. So difficult decisions have got to be made to deal with debt, to deal with revenue, to deal with security, and so many other things. And what we are addressing here, and the resolve that we shall have in making sure that we can follow through on this, is going to be both bitter, sour, but ultimately sweet for the people of Kenya if we do it right, and we do it knowing that we have a target set collectively to improve the well-being of the country. So that is all I can say. Let me not go into any other numbers or details. And it is my honor to request the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, to come forward and make his remarks, and thereafter invite His Excellency the President.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, all the distinguished participants, all protocols observed, good afternoon. Your Excellency, this is a very important conference, and in my thinking, I should have been invited on the first day, not the last one, because this must be a very truthful conversation that requires a truthful and an honest man. But now I'm coming at the tail end, but I'll still speak truthfully. Your Excellency, I've been asked as convener of IBEC to comment. It is true. We do sit with officials from the national government and our governors in that forum called IBEC. And the truth of the matter is that the wage bill among our counties sometimes is between 47% up to 70%, which is contrary to the PFM Act of 2012, that caps at 35%. This situation is not sustainable, and that is the truth. And Your Excellency, most of these people seated here are not very truthful. Despite that they are clapping in these resolutions, my own engagement with them tells me differently. In my duty as coordinator of constitutional commissions and independent offices, which you have given me, and it's a great privilege, I receive many complaints and petitions against this or that commission. 98% of all the complaints and petitions that I receive are against the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And most of the people seated here do bring those petitions. Indeed, Your Excellency, to be truthful, you are the only person I've heard you say that the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is doing a good job. Everybody else has a problem with her. So let's be honest and let's be truthful, and there's a time. This wage bill is not sustainable, and those resolutions are very good, and I hope you have endorsed them and clapped from the heart. Your Excellency, I cannot sit here and purport to give you advice. Lakini, this issue of fake certificates, I think it's a quick win for us. I think it's a quick win, Your Excellency. If we make a decision to get rid of all the fellows and characters with fake certificates, probably we could knock 10,000 people from the wage bill and recover $1 billion or $2 billion. But Your Excellency, hiyo kibarua ni ngumu. Sijui utaanzia wapi kwa sababu sioni mtu mwingine akiwezana naye. It requires a decision at your level. And I don't know who will help you. Because unajua ni mtu wangu, lazima nikwambie ukweli. Watu wengi wako kwa serikali, wengine magavana, wengine heads of department, wengine wamekaa huku, wengine wamekaa na wewe hapa. Makaratasi yao iko dosari. So you will have to make a decision. Na sijui nani atakusaidia. Maybe Musalia ataweza because nilimuona ADD pale akisoma. Hata mimi nilikuwa pale. Na unajua mimi rais, hii maneno ya makaratasi sishughuliki sana naye. Because mimi sitaki kwenda hiyo barabara ya kwenda River Road. Mimi natosheka na ile kidogo niko naye. So when I've been complaining that I'm feeling lonely at the top, because my boss has 3 degrees, controller of State House has 3, nani kila mtu mimi niko na kamoja. So hii watu ya River Road wamekuwa wakinitafuta. Nasema sasa wewe naibu wa rais unalalamika nini? Tumesaidia watu wengi. Tumesaidia fulani, tumesaidia fulani, tumesaidia fulani. Rais, hawa list hiyo nitakupatia ile nimepewa ya wale wamesaidika. Unajua Your Excellency, as you are looking for a running mate, and it was looking like it was me and Professor Kindiki who were in the final shortlist. And my supporters were feeling probably I could be disadvantaged because Professor Kindiki ako pale na mimi niko pale. So a lot of my supporters and characters were calling me. Wanasema tunaweza panga haraka haraka. Hata kama nika masters utafutiwe ndio ufike pale. So Your Excellency, uliponiita kwa interview kuniuliza mambo ya masomo, nikakwambia niko na degree moja, ukaniuliza hata master huna. Nikamwambia rais, unikubali tu vile niko, nitangangana mbele. Na rais unaona mimi nangangana. The beauty, there is no need now to look for these funding certificates. Kuna haja. We have come up with a very good program called Recognition of Prior Learning. If you feel you have skills and competencies that needs to be certified, the mechanism now is there. Kuna haja ya kwenda River Road, Uganda, Ghana, wapi, hakuna haja. So hata mimi hakuna haja ya kwenda kungana na masters. I'll turn up kwa hii watu ya qualifications, niseme nimeng'ang'ana hii na hii na hii, na ninaona kama nimefika hiyo kiwango. They'll assess if they feel nimefika hiyo kiwango, na ile kasi nimesaidia rais, wanipatie masters without having to go through that route. So, Your Excellency, this issue of faith certificates, you have been known in this country now. You are on record. The hallmark of great leadership is to make difficult, hard decisions, sometimes unpopular. Since you came to office, you have made some hard decisions that from the look of it were looking very unpopular. But today, as we speak, Kenyans are saying you knew something and you did the right thing. In this matter, wage bill, in this matter of fixed certificates, Your Excellency, I want to encourage you, make hard decisions that will be beneficial to this country. And that will form part of your legacy. With those very many remarks, let me request all of you to be upstanding as we welcome the President of the Republic of Kenya to come and speak and probably pronounce himself on hard and difficult decisions. Mr. President.
Thank you, my friend. Asante sana Rigji, tafadhali tuketi. I am delighted to have the honor of presiding over the closing ceremony of the third National Wage Bill Conference for a number of excellent reasons. The first, of course, is that it is absolutely necessary for government to stay abreast of the public sector wage bill as a component of our recurrent expenditure in the context of our broader fiscal agenda. We must always keep in mind that the purpose of government is to attend to the interest and well-being of all citizens by providing essential services and cultivating an environment that fosters economic transformation and inclusive growth. At the same time, we must always remember that economic governance and management are underpinned and necessitated by the inescapable condition that resources are always limited. Our development needs many, and our strategies robust and ambitious. Our commitments will always be defined by the direction of our resource expenditures. And the question always is, are we throwing public resources into a bottomless pit, or are we making sound investments that will anchor growth and create opportunities for many, if not all? This reality is the fundamental question which follows us whenever we concern ourselves with any aspects of public finance management, and which is always answered one way or another by our budgets, whether it is at the national or at the county level. The second reason why this event is important is that the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has invited Kenyans to bravely confront difficult questions, make hard and often painful decisions, and evaluate whether we are serious about rapid growth and inclusive prosperity. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda examined the levels of poverty in our country, the number of people without employment, persistent food and nutrition insecurity, as well as severe vulnerability to climate shifts. The agenda has also prescribed a radical program of ambitious investment in programs and projects with potential to rapidly and sustainably turn the situation around. These investments in the strategic sectors of agro-industrial growth and food security, the micro, small, and medium enterprise, universal health care, affordable housing, and the digital and creative economy require development financing to be available consistently and over a long period. In turn, this imperative has brought home the implications of a national fiscal culture where recurrent expenditure has grown excessively, devouring development expenditure and depriving the country of opportunities to achieve real growth. In fact, this culture reached the point of borrowing expensive debt to finance recurrent expenditure and consumption subsidies. The cost of this trend is very high debt with increasingly risk of distress, low development, unsustainable recurrent budgets, runaway unemployment, poverty, and of course, inequality. Following extensive consultations around the country, we agreed as a people of Kenya that this situation cannot continue. We have to stop living dangerously and beyond our means. We instead need to tighten our belts and make necessary adjustments to make resources available for productive investment. We have seen the fruit of this resolve. As a result of prudent management strategies and bold decisions, we are now far from the cliff of debt distress. Investor confidence is growing in our country. Our currency has reversed its previous calamitous slide against major international currencies. Our import cover has grown to commendable levels, and our general economic outlook is positive. Food production has grown by record margins in successive seasons. Kenyans are receiving health care at home because of our community health promoters program. Young men and women are finding increasing employment opportunities across economic sectors, starting with our affordable housing program and all the digital space. As I talk to you today, we have 140,000 Kenyans working in our affordable housing program that were not working last year. We have 120,000 young people monetizing their digital skills. And many more are in the pipeline as we implement our program. There is no doubt that the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has placed the country on the right path. Consequently, I am confident that the consistent execution of this agenda will deliver the goods we pledged in our manifesto. The Constitution mandates the government to ensure that public expenditure promotes the equitable resource and development of the country. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission is mandated to continuously monitor the fiscal sustainability of public compensation bill, the ability of the public sector to attract and retain best available skills, recognize productivity and performance, as well as transparently and fairly adjudicate on matters which bill. I know, as my deputy has said, if there is one organization that is not very popular, it is the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. They have a problem with the legislature. They have a problem with the executive. They even have a problem with the judiciary because everybody expects more pay. I want to encourage our legislature. I know they have tried in the past to limit the budget of the SRC as a punishment. I want to encourage them to be more patriotic. If there is one organization that needs support to enable us make the right decisions, not for themselves, but for the country, it is the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. I want to commit that the government of Kenya will continuously make it possible for SRC to attend to their mandate and to guide the country and to guide entities on matters, salaries, and wages so that continuously we can live within our means. The succinct theme of this conference says it all. There is work to be done in ensuring that the public wage bill meets the constitutional threshold. In recognition of this challenge, both levels of government resolved to work in partnership under the aegis of the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee in conjunction with SRC and the Council of Governors to set up this conference. As a national government, we have taken the lead with a commitment to reduce our wage bill to 35% of revenue by 2027. I know we've all agreed here on 2028, but I want to encourage us to review that date because it's doable to 2027. As a matter of fact, this very conference was a product of these discussions because we recognize the urgent need for a platform where stakeholders engage on strategies and action plans aimed at achieving this 35% target. Although there is no doubt that government will need to increase employment in critical sectors to enhance service delivery, whether it is in security or in health or in education. The key implications of our deliberation is the need for actions to eliminate duplication of functions and overlaps in roles among ministries, departments, agencies, the national or the county government, and even commissions and independent offices. Even though our public sector wage bill is unsustainable, as it stands at 1.1 trillion, it represents only 62% of authorized establishment in the national government, and 100% recruitment would drive the wage bill to 1.8 trillion. The composition of the establishment itself is problematic in that it is seriously skewed towards hiring support staff at the expense of technical and other core function staff. Clearly, 83% of state departments have violated the recommended ratio of technical staff to support services. We must change course radically. Therefore, we shall review authorized establishments to design fit-for-purpose organizational structures for ministries, departments, agencies with optimal staffing levels and achieve fiscal sustainability at the same time. I have issued instructions to the State Department responsible for personnel issues to make sure that that exercise is carried out and concluded before the end of this year. Our agenda is to work with determination to build on 2 decades of implementation of results-based management with its various tools, including rapid result initiatives, performance contracting, and citizen services delivery frameworks, and deliver an effective, efficient, and transparent public service as a first step to turning Kenya into the hub of public and private sector productivity. A public sector characterized by high efficiency, integrity, accountability, and productivity is vital for the realization of our development aspirations and therefore indispensable for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is also essential for our intentions to make Kenya Africa's productivity champion and the host of the African Productivity Center, which we already have been assigned. To get there, ministries, departments, agencies have to be much more serious about compliance with fundamental integrity, efficiency, and productivity standards. The level of non-compliance with vital constitutional mandates and covered by the Auditor General and the Public Service Commission in their annual audits is unacceptable and amounts to impunity that can no longer be part of our public service. Just imagine, only 24% of our organizations received an unqualified audit. And the level of compliance with the PCS's audit of compliance with national values is far from pleasing. And nobody is bothered. We're continuing as if it is business as usual. I mean, leaders, heads of ministries, departments, agencies that have qualified accounts, one way or another, don't even bother to ask themselves, what are we doing about it? We cannot deliver for Kenyans when we are burdened with impunity, and we must work round the clock to make sure that we walk away from the current status. Let me again repeat, we cannot deliver for the people of Kenya when we are burdened with impunity and wounded by non-compliance. I want to see reports outlining corrective actions in respect of both audits within the next 21 days. And I expect radical improvements in future audits. It cannot be business as usual. If your accounts are qualified, I mean, you cannot just expect that, okay, it is qualified, so, I mean, you must do something about it. And so I'm expecting a record in the next 21 days of, so what? What are you doing about it? It is true that as a public sector, we have an obligation to secure the best skills in the market to serve its citizens. To do this, the terms of service must be attractive and reasonable enough if they cannot outcompete the private sector. Over time, we have made progress in raising the condition of service for all levels of public sector employees. And this fact cannot be denied. In fact, in some instances, the public sector pays better than the private sector. However, this progress was part of a journey which began at the time when public sector compensation was significantly lower than private sector remuneration. The objective was to bring the two categories, public and private, within a reasonable range, not to sustain a practice of perpetual increment. It is a mistake, therefore, for anyone to take the sacrifices Kenyans have made to improve the welfare, working conditions, and compensation of those of us in the public sector as creating an entitlement to automatic enhancement of remuneration regardless of fiscal sustainability or urgent development needs of citizens. It is a tragedy for highly educated professionals to make unreasonable demands in the face of economic hardships and fiscal constraints and at the expense of legitimate needs of other citizens. We have, ladies and gentlemen, and I repeat this, without any doubt of equivocation, we have to live within our means. It is just as simple as that. We have a duty to dedicate ourselves to a citizen-centric public service paradigm and make our contributions to better in order to extend the benefits of development to reach every citizen. Let us be patriotic servants and diligent professionals. I commend the institutions which have won the Wage Bill Accountability Awards for setting a worthy example for the rest of the public service. They just confirm to us that it is possible. So if anybody doubted, they have demonstrated its feasibility. and I congratulate them, and I tell them, keep it up. I have carefully listened to the resolutions of the third National Wage Bill Conference as read here by the chairperson of the SRC, and identify myself with the proposed strategic interventions aimed at putting Kenya on the path to a public service wage bill that is sustainable under the Towards 35 aspiration set out in the conference theme. Let us collaborate and remain committed to implementation, because that is where the test is. We cannot fail if we work together in the spirit of patriotism, partnership, and teamwork. The government of Kenya remains committed, available, and determined to support every institution in implementing these resolutions. We must therefore get to work immediately and remain on the job until it is done. We have, ladies and gentlemen, a unique opportunity to achieve radical and lasting positive change in our country, whose effects will last for generations. This is why we must remain focused at all times, collectively. The third annual Wage Bill Conference, which we have privilege to attend at this moment in our history. And I am confident that the next time we come here, we will be reporting progress. As I have requested, Madam Chair, that the job that we have assigned ourselves, bringing down the wage bill from 46% to revenue to 35% to revenue, can be achieved by 2027. There are agencies, parastatals, institutions that have already achieved this without the target we have set. They confirm to us that with commitment, with determination, with courage, we can achieve this sooner than even 2027. We need to work collaboratively, we need to work together, and see to it that every agency pulls their weight. And as I have said, already the 2,100 identified people who have been earning government wages and salaries with fake certificates, so that to Sisumbuane, they should just refund the money we pay them as salaries and wages, so that we stop the games. Otherwise, EACC, DCI must move with full speed to recover public resources that were spent on these people. Let me also announce here that those who have fake certificates working for government at any level, please surrender and walk away, because it will not be business as usual as we go into the future. It is impunity of the highest level for any person to walk into a government office knowing very well that they have a fake certificate and actually get a job. I think it is, we spend 65 billion shillings every year on our education, surely. We should be able to take advantage of the 65 billion shillings we spend and get the 650 billion Kenya shillings every year we spend on education. You should be able to take advantage of the 650 billion we spend on education and get yourself a proper certificate. I don't think that it's too much to ask, so that at least we can hire. Part of the challenges we have in the public service is because the people who are working there don't have the qualifications they claim to have. And that contributes to the problem that we have. But finally, let me congratulate the Salaries and Remuneration Commission the Council of Governors, and all that have participated in this conference, that we are harmonizing our strategy, we are collaborating, we are working together to make sure that we take our country to the next level. And I am very confident this country is a country of tremendous potential. This country is a great country. This country is a blessed country. We can take Kenya to the next level, working together. And I am very confident that it is doable. The third Wage Bill conference is now officially closed. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
One more round of applause for His Excellency, please. May I kindly request that we take our seats briefly. Your Excellency, the Wage Bill Accountability Conference, or rather the Wage Bill Accountability Awards, to be given to several. So if we can take our seats kindly, briefly. And we have 3 awards to be given out. And they are in the following. This is what they have achieved so far. The wage bill for these institutions has not been more than 35% ratio of revenue for 3 years consecutively. They have also demonstrated improvement on reduction of ratio of wage bill to revenue towards achieving 35% 3 years consecutively. They have unqualified audit opinions for the last 3 years consecutively, and have also put in place productivity mainstreaming measures. Your Excellency, I'll now move to those who are going to be awarded. And the first institution is Unclaimed Financial Asset Authority, UFAA, as second runners-up. If we can put our hands together for them as they now receive their award. That is Unclaimed Financial Asset Authority, UFAA, who are second runners-up. First runners-up is the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, KNQA. Put our hands together for KNQA, first runners-up. And the winners, Your Excellency, is Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA. Thank you. May I request that we all be upstanding as we are now going to finish off with the national anthem. We have a short photo session outside, but for now we'll finish with the plenary with the national anthem. And with that, Your Excellency, we've come to the end of this plenary session. We'll request that we remain standing as we allow His Excellency to retreat at his own pleasure.